All right, back courtside. Here we are. Full court pressure, a little zone press here by the Owls. Emory and Henry gets it across the half-court line to Morgan. Swinging around the perimeter now. Brown's three's on the way, bangs off the backboard with nothing else, and Day controls the rebound for the Owls. Emory and Henry trails 3-2 early in first half action. Carroll now to the baseline to Carlton. He kicks it out, gets tapped out of bounds by the Wasps. Bell will have it, and the Owls will have it out of bounds on the sideline. 15 on the shot clock, 18:03 remaining in the first half. Emory and Henry trails 3-2. Emory and Henry playing a little 1-3-1 here, playing the passing lanes as the Owls are able to skip it, get it to the wing, try to find a cutter, gets it kicked out, and that's going to be a shot clock violation. We've seen that before, haven't we, Brandon, where team gets the ball out of bounds, doesn't pay enough attention to what's going on the shot clock, and thinks they play like they have the full 30, and they don't.
They sure don't.
Emory and Henry facing this 1-2-1-1 zone press by the Owls, gets it across the half-court line with 2 seconds to spare. Leftwich sets up the offense now. Morgan gets it up top. Cutter's going through, high post on either side. Ball tapped away on that feed to the high post. Emory and Henry gets it, but as Looney tracks it down, he possesses it on one side of the half-court line and goes across. So backcourt violation for the Wasps.
I think there might have been a wet spot. I think he slipped.
7:20, Emory and Henry trails 3-2. Emory and Henry back to man-to-man defense here on the half court. Pass on Day to the cutter. He can't control it. Bell gets it at the high post. Kicks it out to Goodine. Goodine goes off the ball screen. Pull-up jumper by Goodine. Bangs off the back of the rim, no good. And Looney comes away with it for Emory and Henry. Now to Antonelli in transition. Antonelli crosses it over, gives it to Looney. Looney thought about the shot and then thought about the drive, but he didn't put the ball on the floor before he moved his feet. Should have thought about that a little bit more, shouldn't he, Brandon?
Slow start for both of the teams.
Yeah, really slow start. First 3 minutes, we've only had 5 points. 2 baskets scored. 5 points total. All the way in goes Goodine, dumps off to Bell, and Bell bangs in the rebound. Now Emory and Henry trails 5-2. Full court pressure here, back and forth between Antonelli. He gets it across to Morgan. Finds Brown on the wing. Brown tries to feed it inside to Morgan, who's posting up on the low block, and it gets batted away, but the foul's going to be called on Bell. Is that his second?
They said that's his second. From the illegal screen.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know who got that one. So his second, team second. Emory and Henry ball underneath their basket. Looney gets it in off the inbounds pass, makes a strong move to the rim, can't get it to finish, and is even stronger with the follow-up. Put back by Looney puts Emory and Henry within 1, 16:20 remaining first half. Emory and Henry trails 5-4. Goodine, hand off to Carlton. On the wing to Carroll. Now back up top to Banuelos. Day gets it inside, makes a move, tries to get it around the defense, can't. Ball's back outside. Long 2 on the way by Banuelos, but rims out, and Antonelli comes away with it for Emory and Henry. Brown in transition, spots up for the 3, too strong, and the Owls come away with the rebound here. Goodine tries to go in transition, can't. Swinging around the perimeter, looking for cutters. A lot of movement in this Owl offense, isn't there?
Yes.
Ball now on the right-hand wing as Carlton tries to drive baseline and skip it out on the far corner to Carroll. And we have seen that more times this year than a coach could stand. Yep. As when they drive the baseline to skip it across, they step out of bounds. So turnover by the Owls takes us to the media timeout with 15:33 remaining in the first period. Emory and Henry trails the visiting Owls 5-4. My guess is that the coaches, this is not what they anticipated. This is not how they asked their team to begin the first period of action.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Well, there's a problem when you play a team that's 3-10 What's that problem, Brandon?
I think the problem is complacency, trying to play on their level.
Yep. And Warren Wilson being down some players like maybe I said about DeMarco Jackson, but they're also down Donis King, who averages almost 9 points a game. DeMarco Jackson, 14 points a game, 8 rebounds a game. Being down a couple of players makes you think, oh, well, yeah, we just got this in our bag. And you forget you have to play the whole 40 minutes. Now, to their credit, Warren Wilson has played very active on offense. Have they not?
Moving the ball around.
Lots of movement. And Emory and Henry just hasn't connected yet. They're 2 of 7, shooting 28%. The Owls are 2 of 4. So here comes Emory and Henry against this 1-2-1-1 press. They get it across the half-court line. Looney now back to the left, which set up the offense. Leftwich on the left-hand wing. Tries to find Morgan on the right-hand wing. He goes inside, dumps it down low to Looney, and Looney got mauled down there, and he'll get to go to the free throw line. Who's that foul on, Brandon?
Antonio Benuelos, number 3.
That's his first, team third. Looney's at the free throw line. He's a 74% free throw shooter. These first free throws for Emory and Henry for the night, and he connects on the first one.
We love a big man that can shoot free throws.
Yep.
That number 32, Gabe Brown, coming out, and number 22, Jacob Morgan, is coming in.
Emory and Henry has second shot by Looney is good. Emory and Henry has 6 players who's shooting 45% or better from the field. That's amazing if you ask me. Good on over to Day. Right-hand baseline, Benuelos dribbles it back up, gives it to Carroll. Carroll takes it inside, gets it blocked by Antonelli. Antonelli comes out in transition, gets the middle of the floor, finds Leftwich. Pulling out Leftwich. Now he takes it back in, tries to find Morgan down low, and he gets batted away, and out come the Owls in transition. Back to skip across the perimeter, Carlton. Carlton, spin move, inside, kicks it back out. 3 on the way is good. And that 3 is Chris Carroll. He takes more 3s than he does 2s. And now the lead has swollen 8-6. 4:22 remaining. Shot on 3 on the way is good by Jacob Morgan, who's shooting 53% from the floor. Goodine takes it up for the Owls to the left-hand wing, gives it up top to Carroll. Carroll asking for a ball screen. He's got Day up there to set the screen for him. He comes off of it, hands it off to Carrollton, or Carlton, as it were. Goodine back up top, 5 on the shot clock. He can't get around Antonelli. Day's just going to jack up the 3. It bangs off the backboard, but is rebounded by Carroll. Feed inside to and Benuelos, and who knocked that one away? Looney. Nice move by Leftwich to take it to the rim in transition, and now Emory and Henry's lead is 3, 11-8, 13:28 remaining in the first half. Carroll with the ball up top. Hands off to Goodine. Goodine being guarded by Antonelli. Man-to-man defense by the Wasps. Up top to Carlton. Now to Day on the right-hand wing. Up top to Carrollton, and it's batted away, and Antonelli comes away with it. He finds Looney, and Looney pass ahead to Leftwich, no good. But Emory and Henry Morgan is there for the rebound for Emory and Henry. And that was a great pass by Looney up ahead to Leftwich. Couldn't get his shot to fall.
That was foul on Jerry Day, his first.
And the 4th team foul for the Owls. Emory and Henry has yet to register a foul in the first 7 minutes of play. And that sends Morgan, he's a 91% free throw shooter, and I'm knocking on wood so we don't announce or jinx him. He finishes that one.
Number 3, Micah Banks, and number 13, Jake Monahan's coming in for number 44, Kay Looney, and number 4, Malcolm Morgan.
Morgan's second shot is good. With 13:03 remaining, Emory and Henry stretches to the largest lead they've enjoyed this evening, 13-8. Now Emory and Henry with a little full court pressure. Just a little man-to-man pressure on whoever's handling the ball. And that's Carroll with it up top, being guarded by Banks. Now to the right-hand wing to Whiteside, skipping around the perimeter. On the left-hand wing, Carroll tries to make a move, hits a cutter, can't get it to fall. That shot by Banuelos, and Emory and Henry in transition. Antonelli finds a back-cutting Leftwich who kicks it out to Morgan, and Morgan's three is good. Jacob Morgan now with a quick 5 points, and Emory and Henry stretches the lead 16-8, 12:21 remaining. Whiteside takes it in, off the backboard, scores it. 16-10, and that the Owls now dropping back into half court defense. Emory and Henry, Leftwich gets inside, makes a little Euro step, can't get the ball to fall, but gets his own rebound. Banks takes it inside, floater by Banks, rolls around the rim and drops. 11:53, Emory and Henry now with an 8-point advantage, 18-10, and Emory and Henry drops back into half court. And so now the Owls have spread 5 guys on the perimeter, swinging across the perimeter. Banuelos has it on the wing and gets called for the travel. 11:35 remaining. We're at a media timeout here. Emory and Henry enjoys its largest lead of the afternoon, 18-10.
Support for WEHC and Emory Henry Wasps basketball comes proudly from Tom Graham and Kyle King of Edward Jones Investments, 126 East Main Street, Marion. Learn what investing can do for you. 276-783-4448 or edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC. The food specialist, bringing you quality, price, satisfaction, founded in a small rural area to serve friends and neighbors. Food Country has evolved to serve Southwest Virginia and East Tennessee, locally owned and operated. Your money stays in your community. Food Country is proud to support Emory and Henry Wasps basketball on WEHC 90.7 FM.
So Emory and Henry's gone on a little 10-2 run here, as the Owls were leading, 5-2 at one point. And then Emory and Henry got ahead 8-6. And now we've gone on a 10-4 run, maybe you want to call it. With 11:35 to play in the first period, Emory and Henry enjoys an 18-10 lead here. Let's see, it looks like number 0, Kevin Grau-Rodriguez, came in during that timeout period for Emory and Henry. I think he replaced Leftwich, maybe?
Yeah.
So Owls playing man-to-man defense here. Antonelli with the ball up top. Finds Banks at the high post. Banks, one dribble, pull up, drains it. 11:22, Banks gets on the scoreboard. 20-10. Ooh, that looked clean to me. And as
Jake Monahan.
Goodine was headed to the rim, Jake Monahan, I thought he just stuffed him. And so did Coach Thompson, as he's asking the officials about what on earth that could be. But Monahan gets called for the foul. That'll be his first, team first. And that sends Deshaun Goodine to the free throw line. Goodine, a 63% free throw shooter on the season, connects on that first one.
So even though he had stuffed him at his highest point, the ref was saying that his arm had bent down anyway.
Well, yeah, but if he didn't make contact, that's not a foul. Back to full court pressure by the Owls, and Banks just blows right by it. Finds Morgan in the corner. Jacob Morgan, and he drains the three in transition to stretch it out 23-12 with 11:03 remaining in the first period. How many is that now for Jacob Morgan?
3 for 3.
Goodine tries to get inside, can't. Gives it up to Carroll. Carroll tries to lean it inside, can't. And Emory and Henry comes away with it in transition. Oh, man, great reverse layup by Jacob Morgan. on the feed from Rodriguez, I think. Was that Kevin who made the pass to?
That was Micah Banks.
Oh, Banks with the assist on the feed to Morgan, Jacob Morgan.
That's 13 now.
And now Jacob Morgan with 13 points. 4 of 4 from the floor. We're knocking on wood, kids. You don't have to tell us twice about a jinx. 3 for 3 from 3 and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Jacob Morgan with 13 points. And we're at 10:43 remaining in the first half. Emory and Henry leads 25-12.
Oh, they're doing what their keys to the game was, getting out in transition.
Well, and we've also been able to slow down the Owls in transition as well. Back from timeout, Emory and Henry picking up full court, just handling the ball handler as Goodine being guarded by Antonelli. They've got 1-4 spread around the baseline. Now Day steps up to the high post, being guarded by Jacob Morgan. 2 dribble pull up by Day, and he connects on that. He can score whenever he wants to, Jerry Day. He's an impressive player, if you ask me. Morgan takes it through the middle of the press, dumps it down low. Oh, no, he puts it up. I thought he was getting rid of it. He shot it from a hook shot from his hip and connects on that. Carroll now swings it across to Whiteside. Whiteside sets it up, being guarded by Monahan. He gets by Monahan, lays it off, and good. 27-16. Under 10 to play in the first period. Banks just dribbles through everybody. Why not do it again? Only this time it went off the side of the backboard. Goodine comes in transition, tries to take it against Antonelli, and it's too strong. It gets batted out of bounds, and that last touched by Emory and Henry. 9:42, Emory and Henry stretched out to an 11-point lead, 27-16. 20 on the shot clock with the Owls. I started to call them the Eagles. The Owls ball underneath their basket. Emory and Henry playing man-to-man here. Back to the inbounder. He tries to get something to go. Give it to Jerry Day, being guarded by Banks. Day loses it. The handle on it as he tries to make a spin move against Banks, and it goes out of bounds into the Emory and Henry bench. So Coach Thompson telling his players what offense to run, and the Owls still in this 1-2-1-1 full court pressure. Antonelli has the ball batted away, but trying to control it. Carlton taps it out of bounds, and Antonelli's telling his teammates, come back up here and help me out, guys. So 25 now on the shot clock. That also means 5 seconds to get the ball across the half-court line. I was watching a game the other day and it was like, they forgot that they don't get 10 seconds all over again. Yeah, here we go. We didn't forget. Rodriguez takes it all the way in. Then he gets it tapped away by Carroll. No, that's Whiteside. Day with the ball up top, being guarded by Banks. Whiteside tries to get by Antonelli, skips it all the way across the perimeter. 3 on the way, and that 3 is good by Carroll. How many does he have?
He's 3 for 3 on three-point.
Yeah, he's been at that same spot on the left-hand baseline, and he's connected on all of them.
Locate the shooter.
Antonelli being guarded man-to-man on the left-hand wing, goes off the ball screen by Monahan, finds Rodriguez, right-hand wing. Rodriguez puts it on the deck, takes it up, pull-up jumper, rolls around, no good. Rebound, Monahan, as he hits the deck, shoots it, but it won't fall. And Whiteside, no, that's Day, comes away with it for the Owls. Back to Day. Day looks for somebody, now sets it up. Goodine swings across the perimeter. That shot missed everything by Carlton, but nobody went to the boards except for, I don't know who that was for the Owls, but they, on the offside, they were wide open. And in transition, Rodriguez answers with a layup for the Wasps. 29-21, 8:07 first period. Emory and Henry lead. Goodine, hand off to Carroll. Carroll being guarded by Banks. Down to the right-hand baseline to Carlton. Back up to Whiteside. I thought he shuffled his feet. He tries to go on Monahan, gets it blocked, kicks it out. Jerry Day, 3 on the way. No good. Rebound battled for and picked up by Jacob Morgan. Hands it off to Banks. 7:40. Emory and Henry leads by 8. Banks tries to find something, doesn't. Gives it to Monahan up top, who gives it to Rodriguez. 20 on the shot clock, and Coach Thompson's telling them to move because they are not. Rodriguez tries to find, oh man, that's making something out of nothing. Rodriguez bounced pass on this cutting Monahan and had a hard time controlling it, so he just tipped it in really off the pass. 31-21, 10-point lead for Emory and Henry, 7-11. Ball on the right-hand wing for Carroll for the Owls.
No.
Carlton goes all the way and gets it batted away, and Antonelli's got a 1-on-2 and pulls up looking for Cutters. Finds Monahan, then back to Antonelli. Oh, man, Jacob Morgan cuts the baseline, and Antonelli finds him on that backdoor. Well, it's not really a backdoor cut, just a back cut behind the defense. And the reverse layup by Morgan is good, and he's taken off for Emory and Henry. With 6:55 remaining in the first period, we're knocking on wood, and Emory and Henry is leading 33-21.
Support for WEHC and E&H Wash basketball comes from People Incorporated. Believing that every person needs support from others, People Incorporated promotes the dignity of individuals and families, moves people into the economic mainstream, and works to develop existing strengths and resources within communities. For information about assistance with community development, education, employment training, family services, financial services, or housing, contact 276-623-9000 or peopleinc.net. All the efforts of People Incorporated are directed by the concerns, hopes, needs, and dreams of the people served. Emory and Henry Basketball is brought to you with support by First Bank and Trust, offering mobile banking, Apple Pay, remote deposits, and more. Serving you with free checking since 1979. Member FDIC and on the web at firstbank.com.
So as I said earlier, Emory and Henry has 6 players averaging 45% or better from the field. We're shooting 56.5% right now from the field. On the whole, our team averages 48% from the floor, so we're a little bit hotter than normal. Speaking of hotter than normal, it's always roasting hot here in the King Center. Back to the Bob Johnson era of temperature control. At 6:55 remaining in the first half, Emory and Henry enjoys the 13-21 lead. The Owls have spread out the floor here, and Benuelos takes it to the rim and draws the
foul on number 0, Kevin Rodriguez. His first.
That's a second team foul for Emory and Henry. That sends Benuelos to the free throw line. He's a 50% free throw shooter on the season. And his first free throw of the evening is good. Second shot by Benuelos, rolls around, no good. Rebound by Gabe Brown. Some subs back in for Emory and Henry. That's Leftwich 5 controlling the point. Rodriguez on the left-hand wing. He catches and fires the 3 and buries it. 6:33, Emory and Henry stretches to a 14-point lead, 36-22. Benuelos tries to make something happen, can't. Swinging around the perimeter. Westbrook tries to find a handoff or a backdoor cut, doesn't get it. Carlton being guarded by Leftwich, gets it inside but has nothing. 10 on the shot clock. He kicks it out to Benuelos. He just gives up and shoots the 3, and off the bank, it goes in. 6:03, Emory and Henry now 11-point lead, 36-25. Banks gets it across the half-court line for Emory and Henry in time. Now Banks with it on the left-hand wing, finds Looney down at the short corner. He makes a move, picks up his dribble. He just flips that one over his shoulder, and Gabe Brown goes in for the tip-in. Is going to get called for goaltending, I assume.
I think that was outside the circle.
Well, yeah, but he finished. He finished it inside the circle. As a women's basketball coach, I didn't have to deal with goaltending on a regular basis. 5:37, Emory and Henry leads 36-25 as the Owls look for Cutters to find somebody to give it to. Carroll takes it inside, now tries to kick it out to Benuelos, and it goes down the hallway to the women's locker rooms. We've got two little girls here today from Little Wasp Camp working as the ball girls. Their names are Abigail and Claire Brown. We'll see if we can get them into action at some point. The ball's in with 11 seconds on the shot clock. It gets kicked, but no kick call. And Carleton puts up a jumper and hits everything, including the top of the standard, which should make it out of bounds, but it didn't get called. So the shot's good, and Emory and Henry now just leads by 9. And now Leftwich takes it all the way through about 3 defenders and makes the layup, stretching it back out to 11-point lead with 5 minutes remaining. Banuelos hand off to Carrollton. Carrollton back to Banuelos. Left-hand baseline. Thinks about a 3 against Gabe Brown.
Oh.
And that Banuelos took it in and couldn't get his layup to connect. Leftwich is going to take it in again. So they're going to count the basket. I couldn't tell by the motion the official made. I thought, is he motioning the basket's good, or is he motioning?
Like a motion of charge.
That's what I thought, and it wasn't a very emotional motion of a charge. So I couldn't figure out what on earth he was doing there. 4:40 remaining in the first half. Emory and Henry 13-point advantage with Leftwich at the line to stretch out the lead for Emory and Henry. Leftwich connects on the first one. He's just the only one. He's a 56% free throw shooter, but he's perfect from the stripe tonight. Westbrook back up top to Day. Day working on Brown. Day tries to make a spin move, gets doubled, kicks it back out to Banuelos. Banuelos almost lost it. And as the ball was batted around, Cade Looney went flying on the deck to get it, but he slid out of bounds in possession of the ball. So it'll be Owl ball with 12 on the shot clock. 4:22. Emory and Henry with the 14-point lead, and on the inbounds pass, Malcolm Morgan takes it away. Gabe Brown got it inside. His layup got blocked from behind. And here come the Owls in transition. That 3 put up by Carroll won't fall, rolls all around. Here comes Emory and Henry in transition. Leftwich kicks it over to Rodriguez. Rodriguez 3 on the way, no good. Looney battling for the rebound. It's going to get called for the foul.
That's his first.
That's the team third foul. And we're at the under 4 timeout. Emory and Henry with the 14-point lead at 3:55 remaining in the first period. 41-27. So the tail of the game is the three-point shooters, isn't it? Chris Carroll for the Owls is 3 of 4 from 3. He has 11 points. Jacob Morgan is 3 of 3 from 3 for Emory and Henry with 15 points for the Wasps.
4 of 8 for both sides for three-point shooting.
Say that again. I couldn't hear you. 4 of 8. Yeah, both sides. The difference in the game is Emory and Henry's made 16 field goals, and the Owls have only made 10. And Emory and Henry shooting 55% from the field. The Owls only at 42%. And we're being filmed here by. Oh. Well, hello. I wish my mom was watching. If I'd known I was going to be on, I'd have got my mom to watch, wouldn't you? They just put us on the GoWasp.com. Those of you that are watching on GoWasp.com, hello. Welcome from the scorers table. And those of you listening on WEHC, you missed the chance to see us live and in person from the scorers table. And those of you listening on or watching on GoWasp.com, if you're wondering why we tell you or try to tell you every little thing that's going on, it's because we're also broadcast over WEHC. So the people at home or in their vehicle or wherever listening can't see what's going on like you can. Emory and Henry switched to their 1-3-1 defense, playing the passing lanes here. And the Owls trying to pass around the perimeter. We're going to have a challenge there doing that. They get it to the high post, skipping around the perimeter. Good passing by the Owls. There's 9 on the shot clock. Now to the corner, driving the baseline is going to be Carleton, and he must have stepped out of bounds.
Twice he'd have done that today.
They had great ball movement, the Owls did on that possession.
They did.
And Emory and Henry plays Brown on the top of that 1-3-1, so his length at the top makes it hard to pass. Use the high post, and we're able to get something swinging around, skipping through the high post and out to the perimeter. Brown gets it, kick out, takes it up, layup no good, rebound Brown, puts it up high again, no good, rebound this time Leftwich for Emory and Henry. He takes it all the way, and he draws the foul. 3:08 remaining first half. Emory and Henry with the 14-point advantage, 41-27.
That was a foul on Jerry Day, his second.
That's a team 6. That'll send Leftwich to the free throw line for Emory and Henry. Leftwich is 1 of 1 from the line tonight, and as I said last time he was at the free throw line, he's a 56% free throw shooter on the season. And that one bangs out for Leftwich.
Number 2, Patrick Antonelli coming in.
Leftwich will get another shot at it. 3:08, I think I said, remaining first period. 41-27, 14-point Wasp advantage. Leftwich second shot. Silky smooth through the net. Antonelli, Emory and Henry back in man-to-man. Antonelli picking up Goodine, and he tips the ball away, and Leftwich comes away with it for Emory and Henry. Leftwich crosses it over, tries to get inside, now kicks it over to Brown on the left-hand wing. Brown gets it inside, floating hook, no good. Rebound controlled by the Owls, and the rebounder, Banuelos, I think he got poked in the face as on that rebound attempt. We'll tell those of you listening on WEHC that you'll hear about a special presentation that's happening through on the radio that's happening here at halftime. And those of you watching on GoWasp.com, don't run into the kitchen to get dinner. Stay for a minute or two at halftime to see a special presentation to take place at halftime here in just a couple of minutes. So Emory and Henry with the 15-point largest advantage of the evening with 2:45 remaining. Goodine brings it up, guarded by Antonelli for Emory and Henry. Gets it across the half-court line. Calls up a ball screen by Day. He has ball screens on either side. Now kicks it off to Carroll. Carroll being guarded by Banks. Back up top to Goodine. Tries to get in against Antonelli. When he made his spin move, Morgan just took it away. To Leftwich, back to Morgan. Morgan tries to put it up, gets it banged around. His free throw won't, his layup won't go. And on the scrum down there for the rebound, is there going to be a foul called or?
Yeah, foul on Malcolm Morgan.
Okay, so Bell was trying to control the rebound, and about 3 or 4 Wasps are there trying to raise some interference, and foul on Morgan, his first, team 4th. Antonelli guarding Goodine as he brings it up. Feeding Whiteside. He lobs a pass down low to a cutting Bell, and Bell's shot won't go. Pass ahead to Morgan in transition. He drew the foul on an acrobatic shot, didn't he?
Yep. That's foul number 15, Jerry Day.
That's his third?
That's his third.
So Day, who averages 16 points a game and is their leading field goal attempter, goes to the bench, only having shot 3 times in the first half and connected on 1 field goal. Morgan's going to be at the free throw line for Emory and Henry. Morgan's rims out on his first shot. Morgan's a 62% free throw shooter on the season and missed that first shot of the game for him from the free throw line. The left-handed Morgan's second shot bangs off the front of the rim. And here come the Owls in transition. Carroll, he pulls it out. He had like a 1-on-4 transition. He tries to give it back to Goodine at the top, being guarded by Leftwich. They got 5 people spread on the perimeter here as Carroll tries to take Morgan. Oh, gosh, that pass almost could have been picked off across the top to Whiteside. Now he kicks it out to Carroll in the corner. Whiteside going across against Antonelli. The much smaller Antonelli is able to put it up off the rim and score it. 119, Emory and Henry leads 42-29, and that's 119 in first half action. Leftwich goes off a ball screen and takes it to the rim, misses it, but the screener, Jake Monahan, follows up and is able to get the putback. 102, 44-29, 15-point Emory and Henry advantage. Goodine being guarded by Antonelli. 5 on the perimeter. Pass around the perimeter. Left-hand wing, find a cutter. Carroll inside, no good. Back out to the left-hand baseline. Now across the perimeter. Whiteside tries to get it inside. It got tipped away by Antonelli, and he throws the touchdown strike ahead to Morgan. And Morgan's layup is good. 46-29, 17-point advantage, largest of the night for Emory and Henry. Under 30 seconds remaining. There's a 2-4 second difference between game clock and shot clock. Whiteside with it up top, swinging around the perimeter. There goes Carroll. Now back to Bell, swinging around the perimeter. Short corner, left-hand side. Hand off to Carroll. Carroll gets it inside, loses the handle. Emory and Henry comes away with it. And here comes Morgan for another easy layup in transition. So 2 seconds remaining. Emory and Henry scores to stretch this lead to 19 points. So at the end of 20 minutes of play, Emory and Henry is leading the visiting Owls from Warren Wilson, 48-29. We're going to send it back to WEHC, where Anthony Smith Jr. will tell you about the presentation that's taking place here. And we will tell you, those of you on GoWasp.com, tell you about the presentation about to take place here as well. As soon as they get ready.
And that's right, we do have an announcement today as we take time to honor one of our own during halftime. Emory Henry College senior running back Devontae Jordan has been selected as the 2021 winner of the Lanier Award by the Richmond Times-Dispatch. This announcement was made live on WTVR CBS 6 following the annual Army-Navy game. The Lanier Award is given to the top player in the state by an NCAA Division II, Division III, or NAIA program. Jordan is the second Wasp to win the Lanier Award. Caleb Jennings took home the award in 2009. Jordan is the third Emory and Henry player to be selected as a State Player of the Year by the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Jordan rewrote the Emory and Henry record book for running back, setting 9 different records on the year. He led all divisions of college football with 26 total touchdowns and finished as the number 2 rusher in Division II by just 2 yards. Jordan set new Emory and Henry standards, including rushing yards in the season with 1,853, rushing touchdowns in a game with 6, and rushing touchdowns in a game with 26, or in a season with 26, and points scored in a game with 36, and points scored in the season with 156. He also became the first Emory and Henry rusher to gain more than 100 yards in all 10 games of a season, and the first player to run for more than 200 yards in 3 straight contests. Emory and Henry posted a 6-4 record during the 2021 season, playing an Old Dominion Athletic Conference schedule for the final time. The Wasps went 4-3 against their former league rivals, averaging nearly 40 points per game. Alright, stay tuned as we'll be back with some more basketball action at the conclusion of halftime, right here on 90.7 WEHC Radio.
Those of you on GoWasp.com, we are waiting for the presentation to take place. I think there's going to be All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to center court, where Emory and Henry head football coach Kurt Newsom, offensive coordinator Camden Beecraft, and running backs coach Nick Copus are joined by Devontae Jordan. So the 2021 season will go down in Emory and Henry football history as Devontae Jordan broke 9 school records. He set new season records for touchdowns, points, rushing yards, and 100-yard rushing games. He also set records for touchdowns and points in a game. For his efforts, Devontae was given the Lanier Award by the Richmond Times-Dispatch, recognizing him as the best small college football player in Virginia. We're here today to officially present the Lanier Award to Devontae, as well as a plaque recognizing all his accomplishments from this past season. We'd also like to congratulate Devontae and wish him the best of luck as he begins his professional football career with the Vienna Vikings in Austria this spring. Well, how cool is that?
That is pretty cool.
So congratulations to Devontae Jordan, his teammates and coaches. What an outstanding season and career for Devontae. And to win the Lanier Award is quite an honor. Okay. So we can revisit these. Carlton with two, Goodine with two, Jerry Day with only two, and also seen action Jacob Jackson and Keenan Coley, who did not register on the scorebook. So we'll start second half action here. Emory and Henry's largest lead has been 19 and have led for over 16 minutes in the first 20 minutes of play. So if we can continue on that thread, I'd say it'll be a happy night in the King Center for the men's basketball program.
I think so too.
Emory and Henry to begin second half action. That'll be 32 Gabe Brown, 4 Malcolm Morgan, 44 Cade Looney, 5 Jalen Leftwich, and 2 Patrick Antonelli. Emory and Henry starting out in their 1-3-1 half-court defense here. In the very first 5 seconds of play, Malcolm Morgan's going to get called for a foul. So on this 1-3-1, Gabe Brown plays the front, and he just plays the passing lane up top.
I think he does a good job.
Yeah, he's got length there. It makes it hard to pass around. But in that situation, the Owls just split through the defenders, swinging around the perimeter. Goodine takes it around, now hands it off to Carroll. Up top to Day. Bell, free throw line shot, face up, good. So the Owls get on the scoreboard first for the second half action. Emory and Henry leads 48-31. Leftwich brings it up against man-to-man defense, gives it to Antonelli on the right-hand wing and cuts through. Here comes Looney on the cut-through from the opposite post. He gets doubled down low, puts it up, and draws the foul.
Foul on number 15, Jerry Day.
No, I think it's on 0.
0? Oh.
Yeah, they called it on Bell, I think.
Oh.
That's Bell's third.
That's the third.
Team first. So we've played 45 seconds, and each team has gotten their chance at a foul. That sends Looney to the free throw line. Looney's a 74% free throw shooter, and that's your cue to say.
We love big men that can. Oh, yeah.
Now, you didn't knock on wood. He missed the first one. Yeah. Brandon always says, we love a big man that can shoot the free throws. That's his first miss of the night, though. Something that puts him 2 and 3. From the line. He'll have another shot at it here. Second shot rims out. So he's 0 of 2 on that trip, 2 of 4 for the night. Emory and Henry, though, still leads by 17. Goodine being guarded by Antonelli at the top. Finds Carroll on the left-hand wing. Goes off a ball screen by Day. Nothing going there. 10 seconds. Swings across the perimeter to Goodine. He drills back to the top. 5 on the shot clock. Carlton tries to get it. Tipped away. Shot no good by Goodine. Emory and Henry comes away with the rebound. Antonelli swings the perimeter. Leftwich gives it off to Looney. Now back to Leftwich. Leftwich, 3 on the way, rims off the front. No good. Bell secures it for the Owls. And up comes Goodine. Thinks better of it as there's 4 defenders between him and the basket. And as Carlton tries to attack the rim, he's going to draw the foul. So I think the second half is just going to be Foul Fest 2022, as we have played just a little over a minute and a half, and we have 3 fouls called. Ball out of bounds on the baseline, gets it in a long pass to Carlton. Swing around Bell with it on the left baseline. Now back to Goodine. Goodine, left-hand wing, calls for the ball screen by Day. He goes around it, now kicks off to Carroll. Bell with it inside, gets it stripped away by Morgan. Morgan up ahead to Antonelli. Antonelli looks, can't find who he wants. Kicks it back out to Leftwich. Leftwich tries to get around his defender. Now kicks it to Morgan. 3 on the way, no good. And the Owls secure the rebound. Up ahead to Jerry Day. Day, spin move. Ooh, he took one on the chin. But Emory and Henry came away with the ball. Leftwich, an easy transition point. Day tried to make a spin move, and a defender, he got doubled, and I think he took it on the chin down there and hit the deck. Emory and Henry went on down and scored the layup in transition. That leaves Day kind of shaken up on the play there, and Emory and Henry with the 19-point lead, 50-31, as we've played just under 2.5 minutes here in the second period. Well, it's a quiet gym here, isn't it? I feel like we're sitting here by ourselves. I see a lot of people on the other side there, but I don't hear much chatter except from the bench. Antonelli guarding Goodine. Goodine with post players up high. Goes off, nope, no ball screen there. He tries to take it inside, falls, and they're going to call a foul.
Foul on Cade Looney.
And Looney gets a foul away from, you don't want your big guy to get a foul anywhere except around the rim. So he gets one at the free throw line. 17-23. Emory and Henry up by 19, 50-31, and the Owls have the ball underneath their basket. Emory and Henry playing man-to-man defense on the inbound. Day gets it down low, tries to make a spin move, goes around Looney, bangs it off too hard. And Gabe Brown comes away with it for Emory and Henry. Morgan pushes up, calls for a ball screen, just gives it to Brown. Brown tries for three, no good. And as Morgan is battling for the rebound, he draws the foul from Chris Carroll.
That's his first.
That's his first, team's second. 17:03. We've played 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. We've got 4 fouls. If this keeps up, it'll be midnight before the women get to start their game. Leftwich will take the ball out for Emory and Henry. Underneath their basket, 20 on the shot clock. Box set for the Wasps. Malcolm Morgan gets it, swings it to Antonelli. Leftwich goes around Brown, finds Looney down low. Nice little wraparound pass to Looney, and Looney hits the point blank shot to give Emory and Henry their largest lead, 21 points. And Goodine, as he tries to penetrate, draws the foul on Leftwich. So now we're on 5 fouls in just over 3 minutes. And Leftwich is coming down here to sit down. He must have a cramp. They were playing 5-on-4 down there. He was sitting down here in front of us.
Number 3, Micah Banks coming in for Leftwich.
16:48 remaining. Emory and Henry with the 21-point lead, 52-31. The Owls have played man-to-man defense all the way. They've played some 1-2, 1-1 full-court pressure. And now they pick up a little man-to-man. We get it across to Banks. Banks takes it in, finds Morgan. Morgan gives it up to Looney. Great teamwork on that transition basket by Looney. 54-31 now, leading by 23. 16-28. Whiteside up top to Goodine. Back to Whiteside on the left-hand wing. Looks for a cutter. Swinging around the perimeter. Goodine tries to take it inside, loses the handle. Back to Carlton, swinging around the perimeter. Day gets it, now skips it back out. Carroll's 3 on the way, misses everything. And Banks comes out with it for Emory and Henry. Banks in transition finds Antonelli. He paused like he was going to shoot. Now we give it down low to Looney. Looney working against a much smaller guy. Great little, Looney was working against Goodine at 5'8", and he's not 5'8" if you ask me.
Nope.
So great little baby hook by Looney to push it up to a 25-point Emory and Henry lead. Goodine tries to take Antonelli inside, kicks it out to Carlton. Carlton's fall-away jumper, no good. Looney with the rebound for Emory and Henry. Antonelli bringing it up, hands off to Banks. Banks, top of the key, goes in, floater, good for Banks. 15-20, Emory and Henry stretches out to 27. You know, we said that at that early timeout. This was not what the coaches expected, but I think this is what the coaches expected. And the Owls go in transition, and that was Goodine, met about 3 defenders. Oh, man, no look by Antonelli in transition. Antonelli brings it to the free throw line. Looks like he's going to go right with it and finds, was that Gabe Brown he found?
Yeah.
Right under the rim. and just flips it to him. Man, what a great little no look there by Antonelli. And that gets Antonelli 5 assists on the night. That was the sweetest one so far.
No points now.
So 15:01 remaining in the game. Emory and Henry stretched to a 29-point lead, 60-31.
Support for WEAC and Emory Henry Walsh basketball comes proudly from Tom Graham and Kyle King of Edward Jones Investments, 126 East Main Street, Marion. Learn what investing can do for you. 276-783-4448 or edwardjones.com. Edward Jones member SIPC. The Food Specialist, bringing you quality, price, satisfaction founded in a small rural area to serve friends, neighbors, and neighbors. Food Country has evolved to serve Southwest Virginia and East Tennessee, locally owned and operated. Your money stays in your community. Food Country is proud to support Emory Henry Walsh basketball on WEAC 90.7 FM.
So with timeout, coming back from timeout, we're at 15:01 remaining in the game. Emory and Henry with the 29-point advantage, 60-31. So coming in the first 5 minutes of play, Emory and Henry has scored, what was I going to say? Yeah, 8 more points in the paint to add to the 30 they had in the first half. So here come the Owls, bringing it up, being guarded man-to-man by Emory and Henry. On the right-hand wing, trying to get it inside. No good. Rebound, Looney. Here comes Banks gives it to Antonelli. Back to Banks at the top. Banks 3 on the way. Drains it. Micah Banks drains the 3 for Emory and Henry, stretching it now to a 32-point lead. 14 and a half minutes remaining in the game.
That makes 4 people in double digits scoring.
Carlton to Day to White. No, that's not Whiteside. That's Kaiser. First action for Kaiser. Spin move in the lane. Had nothing there. Tries to pass it out. It gets tipped away, and Emory and Henry comes with it. And, oh, man, that would have been another assist for Antonelli as he gets ahead of the pack and then lays it back for Gabe Brown. Gabe Brown can't get it to go, but he draws the foul.
I would have got the whole gym shook.
14:05 remaining. Emory and Henry with the 32-point lead, 63-31 from the Bob Johnson court. So Antonelli would add another assist on that. Who's the foul on? That's on Jerry Day. That's his 4th foul. So Day's had a hard day of it here as he goes to the bench with 4 fouls, or I assume he will. 2 points on 1 of 4 shooting and 3 rebounds. He's had a hard time. Emory and Henry knows, I guess we've played him enough now that we know his game, and they've been able to shut him down when he gets it inside and tries to make a spin move. But typically he can score over anybody anytime he wants to. So coming out from timeout, Emory and Henry with the, let's see, Banks is in now. Leftwich, of course, went out when he had a cramp. I can see him over at the athletic training table getting an ice pack put on his knee. Emory and Henry shooting a torrid 56.5% from the floor, as opposed to the Owls at 36%.
Ball control has been exceptional. 16 turnovers for Warren Wilson and 5 for Emory and Henry.
And considering as much as we're running with the ball in transition, this sends Brown to the free throw line for Emory and Henry. First free throw hits the front of the rim and bounces back. So this is Brown's first trip to the free throw line of the night. He's an 85% free throw shooter on the season. Second shot by Brown is good. 64-31, 14:05. Emory and Henry picking up a little full court pressure, mostly just the ball handler. Carlton being guarded by Morgan, gets it across the half court line. Over to Bell. Now back to Whiteside. Whiteside got it inside, but couldn't get past his defender and kicks it back out, swinging around the perimeter. Carroll finds a back cutter on the baseline, but Kaiser can't get it to fall, and out it comes in transition. Antonelli finds Looney at the high post. Looney buries the face up from the free throw line, pushing Emory and Henry's lead 66-31. And that puts Looney in double, well, he was in double figures. That gives Looney 12 on the night. Carlton gets it inside. Oh, and as Kaiser attacked, it got tipped away. Bell gets it right in front of the rim, floats it up, and can't get it to drop. So it must have gone out of bounds off of them. I thought they whistled a foul or something in that flurry of activity down there. 13-13 remaining, 66-31. Emory and Henry leads as Banks brings it up for Emory and Henry. And the Owls in half-court man-to-man defense. Malcolm Morgan with it on the left-hand wing. Ball screen by Gabe Brown. Morgan just takes it all the way to the rim and draws a foul on his defender.
Number 20. Chris Hartberger. Hartberger. His first.
So we played 7 minutes. We've had 7 fouls. It looked like we were going to have a foul every possession there for a while. And the first free throw by Malcolm Morgan is no good. That makes him 0 of 3 tonight from the free throw line. He's usually a 66% free throw shooter. But he buries that second one, pushing the lead 67-31 for Emory and Henry with 13 minutes to play. Goodine being guarded by Antonelli. Gets it up. Hands off to Whiteside. Whiteside skips across to Carroll, right-hand wing. Now that's Kaiser. Kaiser finds a cutting Goodine. He picks it up and gets himself in trouble against the Giants down low and had nothing to do with it. It got knocked away. Transition. Brown gets it, drives baseline, stuffs it. Nice dunk by Brown. Good baseline move by him. 69-31. Emory and Henry stretches out. 38, largest lead of the contest. 12-10 remaining. 12-15 remaining. And Emory and Henry traps the ball out front, and as he tries to get out of trouble, we're going to lay it up. Antonelli at the dunk. Antonelli. How tall is Antonelli? 5'11". Antonelli on the dunk, and the bench goes crazy. Ball gets tapped away by Banks, and here comes Gabe Brown. He's going to get his dunk.
Goodness.
11:50 remaining. Emory and Henry leading by 42 on back-to-back dunks by Antonelli and Gabe Brown. Almost took it away in that pass on the wing as well. And as it gets kicked back out to Whiteside, he makes a move inside, loses the handle. Here comes Banks with it in transition. He said, I'll take my turn.
Oh.
He lays it up, no good. Rebound and tapped for Emory and Henry, can't get it to go. And now here comes the Owls in transition. Long three on the way by Goodine, no good. Rebounded, though, by the Owls. Swing around the perimeter. Carroll has it on the left baseline. Down low, it's contested for. Bell can't get it. Here comes Looney with it. Oh, gosh, coaches don't like to see a big guy dribble. And the three gets buried by, I think that's Carroll. So that's Carroll's fourth three of the night. 4 of 6 from 3 for Carroll. 10:45 remaining. Morgan's just going to shoot it behind the screen by Looney. Emory and Henry can't track down the long rebound, and here comes Goodine. He finds Carroll. He tries to feed it back to Goodine. It gets batted out of bounds. It'll be Emory and Henry ball, and we've got a whole slew, or as I said that one time, gob of subs coming in, and Antonelli on the dunk, still beaming about it. He always dunks in warm-up. I don't know if you've watched that or not.
No, I think I've seen on the dunk contest.
Yeah, he may have won the dunk contest.
I think he did.
Yeah, I think he did too. Well, Antonelli's mother is Debbie Antonelli. I don't know if you know who that is, but she's an ESPN basketball analyst.
Oh, wow.
So, like, she's going to work the Duke NC State game.
Oh, really?
I mean, she's the deal. In fact, she is one of 12 nominees for the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame this year. She's on the ballot. So she's sitting right up there. Yep, Debbie Antonelli. So
Wow.
we're talking about her. She always, when they come to the game, she always films Patrick on a dunk. That's why I looked up there to see her going crazy when he got the chance to dunk, because at 5'9", you don't get the chance to dunk very often in a game situation. That puts Antonelli with 7 rebounds and 9 assists on the night. Antonelli's had a couple of triple-doubles in his career, one this year and one last year. I'm going to see what his career high assists. I'm pretty sure it's double digits. Of course, because he's had the triple-doubles and double-doubles. I think 10 assists is his career high. He's had 5 games with 0 turnovers.
That's a point
0
guard.
turnovers. That's your point guard.
That's your point guard.
Antonelli with the ball up top now as we've worked it around the perimeter once, and we've got 13 on the shot clock. Banks tries to find Monahan down low. He gets double teamed, but he also gets fouled. So who's that foul on, Brandon?
Number 30, Keenan Coley.
It's his second, team 5th. Monahan with the ball on the inbounds, tries to work it inside, gets it, faces up, finishes. So Monahan with a little left-hand jump shot finishes 75-34, Emory and Henry by 41. So the Owls have only scored 5 points in this half. Swinging around the perimeter. There's Kaiser now back up top to Bell. He tries to take it inside. He walked, puts it up off the glass over Monahan. Antonelli passes ahead to Rodriguez. Now back to Antonelli. Back to Rodriguez as we get it across the half-court line. Ball screen for Rodriguez. Can't get any action off of it. Gets it inside. Oh, man. Splits through 2 defenders, kind of behind the head. Layup there with the right hand over his shoulder for Rodriguez. 3 on the way by Carroll's no good. Rebound by Emory and Henry. As Banks brings it in, he's going to run the little floater which falls in for Banks. 79-36. Emory and Henry's lead. Jacob Morgan's back in for Emory and Henry. Carroll with it. Oh, he walked. Carroll with it on the left baseline. Now they're going to call illegal screen, I think. So in for Emory and Henry is number 34, Russ Wells, the 6'6" freshman from Isle of Wight, Virginia. So Banks with the ball for Emory and Henry, up by 43 points. Man-to-man defense.
Huh?
What?
Illegal screen?
Some kind of illegal screen, I guess, over there. Who we calling that on? That's on Russ. Russ Wells, his first foul, team 5th, I guess. Or 4th. Well, the foul flurry has slowed down a little bit, thank goodness. 8:27 remaining, 79-36, Emory and Henry lead. As Goodine has it at the top, swing around the perimeter. Little shoulder shake, Pass back to Kaiser, gets packed away, and Wells gets it. His dunk, he can't finish on his dunk, but he drew the foul. The bench was going crazy.
First point would have been a dunk.
Yep, but he'll get to go to the free throw line and score it the long range way. So Russ Wells goes to the free throw line. These will be his first shots of any kind for the game. The left-handed post player buries the first one. And Jerry Day with 4 fouls returns for the Owls. Day with only 2 points on the evening. He's their leading scorer with 16 points a game and misses the second one. 80-36 with 8:08 remaining. Emory and Henry enjoys the lead. Playing half-court man-to-man defense, the Owls swing around the perimeter. Coley buries the 3 for the Owls. 80-38. Banks finds Morgan in the corner. Jacob Morgan, his three's no good. And trying to get the rebound. Antonelli. I'm not sure what happened there. What did happen?
Russ passed it out of bounds to Antonelli because he thought it was a player.
What?
Russ passed it out of bounds to Antonelli.
Oh, and Antonelli was on the bench. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I thought, why is Antonelli getting the ball? He's not in the game. Well, Emory and Henry now with 4, like you said, in double figures. I think you said that. The Owls, however, have depended on Chris Carroll. He's got 14 points. And as I said, the Owls have only scored 9 points since halftime. Emory and Henry, on the other hand, have scored 32. So Emory and Henry got rolling here in the second half as the coaches, as we suspected, the coaches wanted them to roll from the very beginning of the game, as we mentioned earlier. And at halftime, Emory and Henry had 30 points in the paint. They've stretched that up to 52 now.
That's crazy. 25.
There's nothing on this stat, the live stats or anywhere that has your dunk percentage.
No.
But you'd think the players are acting like it's on there somewhere, like it's going to get reported in the headlines. But I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
7:44 remaining. Emory and Henry leads 80-38.
About to match their season points. Well.
Goodine brings it up for the Owls. Looking up top to Jerry Day. Jerry Day has got his back to the basket, working on Jacob Morgan. Takes it in, goes up, scores it, draws the foul. So if you clear it out enough for him, you know, I guess his challenge, I think, has been this game is that when he has gotten the ball, it hasn't been cleared out enough. No. So people are able, the defense is able to dig down or double team him. And that time he went one-on-one, and he's really tough to stop one-on-one. That sends Day to the free throw line. First shot misses. Rebound by Monahan for the Wasps. And Emory and Henry leads by 40. Rodriguez with the ball up top. He finds Banks on the left-hand wing. Banks looks down low to Russ Wells. Gets it to him. Russ makes a move. Floater up, no good by Russ. Rebound battled for by Monahan, but it goes out of bounds off of Monahan. That will be Owl ball. Owl ball is hard to say. With 7:05 remaining, Emory and Henry leads by 40. Goodine being guarded by Banks. Tries to find Day again at the high post. They do. They clear it out for Day. Being guarded by Jacob Morgan. Day's just going to fall away jumper. Hits the back of the rim, goes straight up, falls in. So Day with 4 fouls, making some noise finally in this game. That gets him 4 points. Nice floater by Russ Wells, set up by Rodriguez, who penetrated it and kicked it back. It was almost like a flea flicker. Back to Wells, who gets in the scorebook. Emory and Henry by 40, 6:23 remaining. Carroll, left-hand wing to Coley. Coley's bank shot in the runner in the lane drops through. 82-44. Emory and Henry advantage, 6 minutes remaining. Rodriguez sets up the offense here. Jacob Morgan, right-hand wing, waits for a ball screen by Wells. He goes against it. His runner won't go. Monahan battles for the rebound. And the officials say it was last touched by Emory and Henry. So Emory and Henry back to defense with the 38-point advantage. Goodine being guarded by Banks. Dribbles all the way over left, gives it to Carroll. Back up top to Bell. Swing across the perimeter. Look for cutters coming through. Hand off to Carroll. In the middle to Bell. Bell's going to be, spin move by Bell. Puts it up too strong. Monahan gets it. I thought he could just go past our defender and put it up. Rodriguez with it up top. 3 on the way by Rodriguez. 3 on the way is good by Rodriguez. We haven't had much 3 action lately. I think we've focused on the dunk. 85-44, 5:10 remaining. Emory and Henry leads. Goodine tries to get it inside, gets it to Day. Day, step back, no good. Back to Goodine. Goodine, 3 on the way. Bangs off everything. Banks is there for the rebound, and here we come in transition. Banks gets it all the way in, off the rim, no good. And Monahan's there for the putback on the tip by Monahan. 87-44, 4:45 remaining. Goodine for the Owls, passes around the perimeter. There's Day with it off the right baseline. Tries to make a move from the short corner and then tries to dump it into Bell. Gets deflected, but Bell ends up with it. 12 on the shot clock. Kaiser gets nowhere. Back up top. And as Goodine tries to drive against Banks, Banks is going to get called for the foul. That's his first on the night. .20 seconds on the shot clock, 4:25 remaining to play. 87-44, Emory and Henry is up. Jerry Day gets it off the inbounds pass, and that's just how good he is. He just banks it off. He rises above the defense, banks it in. 87-44. That puts Day up to 8 points on the night. Emory and Henry swinging around the perimeter. Rodriguez now with it up top and 15 on the shot clock. Ball screen by Monahan. Oh, nice move by Rodriguez. Just follow behind the ball screen roller, get past his defender and lay it up and in. 89-46. There's 3:45 remaining. Day with it for the Owls. Spin move, floater, fall away, no good. Rebound, Monahan. Back to Rodriguez for the Wasps. Rodriguez thinks I'll do that again. Can't get through the defense this time. Gives it down low to Monahan. Monahan got fouled on the pass. Monahan's fall away. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a hook shot or what, but fall away one-handed won't fall. And Carlton gets in, no good. Rebound by Bell. Kicks it out to Carroll. Carroll, long two, no good. And rebound by Russ Wells. Rodriguez bringing it up for Emory and Henry. Everybody available for the Wasps has played for the Wasps. Banks with it on the left-hand wing. Ball screen by Monahan. Banks goes back to it, and then on the give and go, hits Monahan on the left-hand block. Monahan banks it in for 2. 91-45. We got 2:45 remaining here. Emory and Henry is up, up, up. Carroll with it up top, being guarded by Rodriguez. Goes off a ball screen and a switch. Carlton tries to get it down low to Bell. Bell gets it, kicks it out. Kaiser, 3 on the way, no good. Rebound. Oh, and Day is there for the stick back, and that was a dunk stick back. So that puts Day in double figures now with 10. And I think it's going to be a media timeout here, even though it isn't really. With 2:25 remaining, Emory and Henry leads 91-48. So everybody that's been in the game for the Wasps has tallied in the scorebook for tonight's game. And how many do we have in double figures now?
6.
6 players in double figures. We remind you to stay tuned or come back, whatever happens here, for the second game of the evening. We'll have the women of Emory and Henry playing against the women of Warren Wilson. I almost called him Woodrow Wilson. That's a whole different Wilson. That game will start 30 minutes after the floor clears, the benches clear after this game is over. So it will be a little later than 7:30 for those of you who are looking at the schedule. It will not start exact at 7:30. Emory and Henry gets the ball in bounds on their inline into a trap, and Jacob Morgan gets it up across, and Emory and Henry gets it back top to Banks. Set up the offense with 17 on the shot clock. Banks to Russ Wells. Wells makes a move, takes it in, tries to do a little reverse-handed layup. Did he score that? Monahan scored that.
Monahan
He
scored
said
that.
Russ Wells. I'm like, Russ missed the first one. That was Monahan for the stick back. 153, 93-48. Emory and Henry with the advantage. Westbrook tries to go up. Can't make it go. Tracks down his own rebound. Now kicks it out. Kaiser, 3 on the way from the corner, no good. Russ Wells controls the rebound. Gets it out to Rodriguez. Rodriguez slows down in traffic and gets fouled from behind.
Foul on
Who's that on?
number 11, Jacob Jackson, his first.
Number 11 is Westbrook. Oh, well, they got somebody different in there than what we have. Not a surprise.
Oh.
And Kevin hits on the first one. (94-48), 1:32 remaining. And Rodriguez is good on the second one as well, so that puts him 2 of 2 for the night from the free throw line. Carlton brings it up for the Owls. Hand off to Day on the right-hand wing. He gives it over to the corner. Now back up top to Carroll. Day, left-hand baseline, tries to get inside, can't. Back out to Kaiser. He feeds up top to Jackson. Jackson's shot misses everything. We requested a lineup from them, but we couldn't get one, and this is what we got off their website, but apparently number 11 is Jacob Jackson and not Xavier Westbrook that they had posted on their website. Rodriguez has it up top with under a minute remaining, and Emory and Henry leading 95-48. Swinging around the perimeter, Rodriguez is going to take the 3, can't get it to fall. And Jake Monahan's there for the stick back. Morgan tapped it first. Jacob Morgan tapped it first. And then Monahan was there to grab it and follow it up and draw the foul. Who's that foul on? That's
Jerry Day.
So that's all for Jerry Day for the evening, as he finishes with 10 points on 5 of 9 shooting. Free throw is good by Monahan. 98-48, 44 seconds remaining. Emory and Henry has the lead here. Carlton. Hand off to Whiteside. Carlton tries to get past Banks. Just can't. And he gets stopped in a double team by Monahan. That'll be a tied ball possession error favoring Emory and Henry. 28 seconds remaining. Emory and Henry with the exact 50-point lead, 98-48. Jacob Morgan gets it into Banks. Banks gives it to Rodriguez. Rodriguez in a trap at half court. He's just going to dribble out the clock for the victory formation for Emory and Henry. Slings it over his shoulder to Banks. Banks is going to dribble it out. He finds Monahan inside. Rodriguez just going to finish it up here for Emory and Henry. No, don't shoot it. He's tempting the crowd like he's going to shoot, but he doesn't. And that's the ball game as Emory and Henry moves to 14-4 on the season with the 50-point victory over Warren Wilson, 98-48. So, Brandon, you've selected our player of the game. Who might that be?
Jake Monahan.
So Jake Monahan with a double-double, 15 points, 10 rebounds on 7 of 9 shooting. He'll be joining us here after the men go to the locker room. So we'll give you a little wrap-up about the game while we're waiting on Jake. You want to give us any stats from the game, Brandon?
I would like to point out total rebounds, out-rebounded. Emory Henry out-rebounded Warren Wilson 42-27 on rebounds. They limit the turnovers today, 7 turnovers to Warren Wilson's 22.
And as much as we were in transition, as we said earlier, we ended up with 25 fast break points. To have only 7 turnovers is huge.
I think the most outstanding thing is the 60 points off the bench and 64 points in the paint.
Man.
That is crazy.
Well, we ended up with 18 assists on 40 made baskets. A lot of teamwork going on there as well. Want to run down the individuals for Emory and Henry?
Jake Monahan finished with a double-double, 15 points, 10 rebounds. Jacob Morgan also put in 15 points. Kevin Rodriguez put in 14. Looney put in 14. Micah Banks put in 13. Leftwich a 10. And to see action and also scored Gabe Brown 7, Malcolm Morgan 5, Russ Wells 3. Antonelli had 2 points but also had 9 assists and 7 rebounds.
And what about for the Owls?
Their leading scorer, their leading scorer Chris Carroll with 14, Jerry Day 10.
And Jerry just had 2 at halftime, so came in on the second half.
Saquon Bell and Tyler Whiteside both 6 points. Antonio Banuelos and Keenan Cole 4 points each. Zach Carlton and Deshaun Goodine 2 points each. To see action, Jacob Jackson and Chris Hartberger with 0.
A little bit about Emory and Henry in this transition year to Division II. In all of Division II, we're ranked 10th in points scored per game at 88.3 points a game. We rank 4th in the nation in rebounding margin, out-rebounding our opponents 10.2 rebounds a game. And we're 3rd in the nation in offensive rebounds per game at offensive rebounds per game, 15.9. And then in the state of, or the Commonwealth of Virginia, as we are here, among scholarship programs, Division I and Division II, we're ranked 2nd for best record. Norfolk State comes in at 14-4. Emory and Henry, they're before tonight's game, were 12-4. So we're 2nd in the state. Longwood is 3rd. Virginia Union, James Madison round out the top 5. So no UVA, no George Mason, no Virginia Tech, no ODU, none of those people. We're 2nd among scholarship programs there. Earlier in January, WCYB was here and did an all-access feature piece on men's basketball. You can find that on that story if you'd like to watch that video on Emory and Henry men's basketball Facebook page, or the WCYB, which is the local NBC affiliate in the Tri-Cities area here. You can find it on their Facebook page. So tonight was a career night for Jake Morgan. His career high previous was 8 points twice. He had him January at Appalachian Bible against them here, and also December 14th against DeUville. And his career high 8 rebounds came in the middle of January at the Apprentice School. So record night for Jake Monahan, as we're waiting on him to be our interview for the player of the game. I'll give you a little update on, as soon as I can find my paper here, on upcoming events. Men's basketball will play again here Thursday night against Salem. That's Salem from West Virginia at 6 p.m. That's going to be a whiteout game. So get out your white T-shirt and come on out to the King Center on Thursday night. On Friday of this week, Friday and Saturday, men's and women's track and field are at ETSU at the Buccaneer Track and Field Invitational Indoor Meet. Women's basketball on Saturday will be at Montreat. Men's basketball will be at Bluefield State, both of those games at 2 o'clock. And women's wrestling will be at Limestone. On Sunday, February the 6th, men's wrestling will be at Harrisonburg for the state supremacy duels. Not sure what that means, but I'm sure it'll be good wrestling action. And then on Tuesday, February the 8th, softball is going to begin their season here at Emory and Henry as they take on Mars Hill in a doubleheader here at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. The next home games for women's basketball after tonight's contest will be on Thursday, February the 10th. The women will take on Bluefield State here at 7 o'clock, and that will be their Play for K game, which is breast cancer awareness game. And the men will return home again on Thursday, February the 17th, when they take on Washington Adventist at 7 o'clock for action here at the King Center. So joining us now is Jake Monahan. Jake.
Hello.
I'm Joy Scruggs, and I don't know, have we talked before?
No, we have
Oh,
not.
well, welcome to the headset here, Jake.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. So, you finished with, all right, hold on, let me get back to that page. 15 points and 10 rebounds, so those are your Emory and Henry career highs here. Yeah, so you'd had 8 points a couple of times before and 8 rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're in the groove or whatever was going on.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit. Well, I'm going to let you tell me this. So, because Brandon and I talked about it one of those first time outs when it was kind of a tight game.
Yeah.
We were saying, the coaches are saying in timeout, this is not how we wanted you to play.
Yeah.
Is that what they were saying?
Yeah, he was. He's been preaching at practice that we have to come out with a lot of energy because we have played Warren Wilson earlier, and they always say it's harder to play a team twice in a season because they know what to expect. So he was just preaching energy and effort, and that we needed to come out and pop them. So.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we thought. This was not the intensity because we had beaten them before, and it's easy to. And they had some of their, leading scorer guys not playing.
Yeah.
And so it's easy to think, oh ho hum, we just walk out there and we win by, 50.
Yeah.
And I think he was reminding you that that's not how it works.
Yeah, he always tells us that you cannot come out flat. Any team can come out and pop you, and especially with COVID, sometimes you don't know what you're going to get from another team, players-wise or like experience-wise, with missed practices and games. So he just said to come out with energy, and that we have a pretty busy week. So we have to come out with a whole lot of energy and play our best.
So Jake, you're from Muncie, Indiana.
Yeah.
And your high school career was pretty notable.
Yeah, it was.
So for those of you that haven't read up on Jake like I have, he was his high school's all-time leading rebounder. He had 1,145 rebounds, and he finished second in scoring at his high school with 1,499 points behind 2020 NBA first-round draft pick Desmond Bain.
Yes.
So that's pretty notable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty fun to come and play in high school after him. So it was a good experience.
So you led the state of Indiana in rebounding, and your team went to your second sectional title. You won in your sixth one in like 8 years or something like that.
Yeah, we won our sixth sectional championship in 8 years. So.
All right, so that fills us in a little bit about your high school career in Indiana. How does a fella from Indiana make it all the way to Emory, Virginia?
So one of my high school assistant coaches, Cody Dudley, he handled most of my recruiting. And so he basically emailed and contacted all the coaches for me, which I really appreciate, and I look back on that. It's very rare for somebody to do all the extra work for you and really put your name out there. And so I think Coach Thompson came across some of my film and then got a hold of my coach, Cody Dudley, from high school. And so Coach made a visit this past summer and got to see me play. So that's how the connection was made.
So you've been here a semester.
Mm-hmm.
And how's that been, making the transition from Indiana to, we get all excited about snow, and
Yeah.
you're probably like, these people don't know what they're talking about, right?
Yeah, so it's been pretty good though overall. I mean, I'm really enjoying it here. It's been pretty fun for me. I really like my teammates, so that's probably the biggest thing.
Yeah,
is my
I can
teammates.
see a lot of, just being here doing y'all's games and being around. It feels, it's got the feel.
Yeah.
It's got the right feel. Like tonight's game, when everybody went crazy when Antonelli got the dunk.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys all, did he win the dunk contest this year?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So.
But, you guys see him dunking all the time in warm-up. But, the 5-whatever-foot guy doesn't get to dunk very much in a game. And everybody went crazy. And when Russ scores, everybody goes crazy, So it's just, I mean, you can sort of sense the feel there.
Yeah.
Well, what about your family? Do they mostly follow on the internet?
Mostly internet. My parents have been able to come to a game, and then both my sisters came for a game, so that was pretty good. They were 2 separate games, so.
So you got to spread out the family love.
Yeah, my family all gets together at home and watches it at once, so it's pretty. It's a good feeling,
Well, I hope they're still rolling this on the GoWasp.com stream, so you can say hi to them all.
Actually, my younger brother is playing varsity now, so he's a freshman in high school. So they're at that game.
Oh, they're at that game. So they'll watch this one later on demand.
I think they got to see most of it, but I'm not sure if they're still watching, so hopefully.
So this being the transition year, what are you looking forward to next year when there's going to be a conference?
Yeah, I think it'll be exciting. But for me, I think first starting playing here when the season started, it was a whole different game than high school. So that it definitely took a lot of time for me, especially because my shot gets flat a lot, and so the line scooting back seems even farther for me. So other than that, finally getting adjusting this year, I think it'll be a whole lot of fun, and we'll create some rivalries, I think, playing the same teams over
Well, you
and
got
over.
a little sense of that because we've played UVA Wise twice.
So that I think that'll
so you get a sense of that, and I mean, you don't know those guys. They don't know you, but we played them twice now. And just like Warren Wilson, we played them twice.
Yeah.
So when it becomes a familiar foe that you play, every year, and you probably play them a couple of times every year. Yeah, that makes it fun.
Yeah. So high school there was a few rivalries, and then this being a higher level, I think that'll just make it a whole lot more fun being at a higher level. So.
Well, congratulations on an excellent game tonight. That was just really fun. I put together this document that has everybody's career highs and whatever in it. So I'll go back after tonight's game and change all this for, so now we know that you're at your career high 10 rebounds and career high 15 points.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that'll be fun seeing you break those barriers as your career goes on. Well, anything you'd like to throw in here while you have the chance to say?
I think I just would like to say that I really do appreciate the change, coming from Indiana to here. So I think the coaches have been great. You guys have been great broadcasting the games for my family, and then my teammates, they've been great. So everything's been good for me. So I just appreciate that.
A late welcome to Emory and Henry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was good meeting you.
You too. So that's Jake Monahan, our WEHC player of the game. So for those of you tuning in, we're going to send it back to Anthony Smith Jr. at WEHC Studios, and we'll come back here. The clock says 18 minutes until the women's tip. So we'll start, let's see, that'll be about 7:40.
Thank you.
That'll be about 7:40 when the women's game will tip off. So if you're listening to WEHC or on GoWasp.com, you got time to take a little break for a snack or whatever and then come back for the second game of this doubleheader. Anthony, we'll send it back to you in the WEHC studios. great, Anthony. Thank you for manning the board there at the studio. I'm Joy Scruggs bringing you the play-by-play. Alongside me is Brandon Cox as the second game is ready to get ready here at the King Center on the campus of Emory and Henry College. Brandon, how about giving us the starting lineups for the visiting Owls from Warren Wilson?
Starting off, number 4, guard, sophomore, 5'6", Tatiana Lewis. Number 12, Sam Hoyle, guard, senior, 5'8". Number 15, 6'2", senior, Elena Black. At number 23, power forward, senior, 5'9", Damon Hickelman. And to round it off, number 30, Catherine Cosby, a junior.
The Owls come into tonight's contest with an overall record of 5-12 and a conference record of 3-2. They're a Division III program. They're wearing dark navy uniforms with green numbers barely outlined in white. So we'll see how well I can read these numbers. For the homestanding Wasps of Emory and Henry women's basketball, entering tonight's game with an overall record of 8-11, starting at guard, a 5'5" junior from Bristol, Virginia, number 5, Amaya Lee. Lee enters tonight's contest averaging 4.1 assists a game. Another guard, a 5'4" junior from Greenville, Tennessee, number 12, Riley Jones. Jones is the number 1 three-point goal attempt and make for Emory and Henry. A 6-foot freshman forward from King, North Carolina, averaging 11 points a game and 6.6 rebounds a game, number 20, Emma Santoro. A 5'8" senior guard from Bristol, Virginia, number 21, Callie Hatterer, averaging almost 7 points a game. And rounding out the lineup for Emory and Henry, a 6'2" senior from Sparta, North Carolina, number 55, Alexis Hoppers. Hoppers averages 9.7 points a game and 5.9 rebounds a game. She is going to tip it off for Emory and Henry, at least I assume she is. Emory and Henry in their homestanding white uniforms with navy numbers outlined in gold. And yes, Hoppers will jump it up for Emory and Henry. The men's team defeated Warren Wilson earlier this afternoon or evening with a score of 98-48. Jake Monahan with a double and our WEHC player of the game. And we're ready to tip it off here, and the tip is controlled by Emory and Henry. Lee with it at top, facing, it looks like a zone defense here by the Owls, and Frost is going to find Santoro on the right baseline, and she buries the long 2 to give Emory and Henry the 2-0 first possession lead. Owls bring it up. That's Lewis with it behind her back, being guarded by Lee. Now back out top to Cosby. Cosby's shot no good. Rebound by Santoro up to Frost. No, that's Jones. I do that all the time. Hoppers with it up top in transition. Now to Hatterer, wide open on the left-hand wing. She doesn't want to take it. Gives it back up top to Jones. Jones shuffles her feet. Gets called for the turnover. First quarter action. Emory and Henry up 2-0. And Coach Dickens is calling something on their defensive mindset here as Emory and Henry's playing man-to-man. Ball over on the left-hand wing to Hoyle. Now attack the baseline, gets it down low, high off the backboard, no good. Rebounded by the Owls. Lewis with it back up top. She tries to kick it inside, and that ball gets batted away and then stolen back by the Owls. And that's Cosby, can't get it to go, and Emory and Henry comes away with the rebound. Jones with it up top. Finds Lee. Lee sets up the offense. Santora now to Jones, left-hand wing. Looking at a zone here. Hatterer trying to get it inside to Hoppers. And that'll be a foul on the Owls.
That's number 15, Elenia Black. Her first.
Ball inbounds to Jones. Jones buries the three. Inbounds it across the lane to Jones spotting up on the right-hand wing. And she buries the three. Emory and Henry with a 5-0 early lead. Lewis being guarded by Lee behind the ball screen. Tries to cross it over. Just about loses the handle. Hatterer gets on the floor for it. Now come away with it is Hinkleman. Three on the way by Lewis. Misses everything. And Emory and Henry comes away with it in transition. Lee on the right-hand wing finds Hoppers. Hoppers finds Santora skipping around now up top to Jones. Jones, three on the way, no good. Hoppers battles for the rebound, but it gets tipped away, and the Owls come away with it. Hinkleman now loses the handle on it, but is able to pick it up. Feeds it down low to Catherine Cosby, and she's able to finish for the first points of the night for the Owls. 5-2, Emory and Henry leads. Hatterer with it, right-hand wings, finds Santora on the short corner on the right-hand side. She dribbles out of trouble, gives it to Lee, swings it across to Jones. 13 on the shot clock. Hopper steps out. Hatterer on the dive, but she can't control the pass there, and the Owls come away with it. Lewis gets it inside. Floater by Lewis, bangs off too hard. Rebound battled for. Emory and Henry bats it back in bounds, and Lee gets it for the Wasps. Lee in transition. Finds Jones. Jones on the left-hand wing, won't pull the trigger. Back to Lee up top. Hoppers. Short corner to Santoro. She's going to make the move, but she shuffled her feet. So how many turnovers is that?
That's 2.
In early action, we have barely played 3 minutes, and Emory and Henry turned it over twice. But we lead 5-2.
We lead 5-2.
So that's the main thing.
Oh.
There's another foul.
21. Callie Hart.
Hatterer. You just have to hit yourself in the side of the head to quit saying it. That foul's on Hinkleman. No, Hinkleman got fouled. Ball inbounds to Cosby. Now to Lewis on the right-hand wing. Black tries to find a cutter. Shot clock at 10. Black down low to Cosby.
Fast
Back
movement.
to Black. Black shot bangs off, no good. Emory and Henry battles for the rebound against each other, but Hatterer comes away with it. Santora down low to Hoppers. Hoppers goes up against Cosby, and Cosby in her disgust just tucked the ball on her hip under her arm and just put her foot down. That'll send Hoppers to the free throw line for Emory and Henry, leading 5-2 with 6:01 to play in the first quarter. Hoppers for her opportunity for her first points of the night. She's a 67% free throw shooter. The lefty is good on that first one. Second shot by Hoppers is also good. 7-2, Emory and Henry stretches out the lead.
Number 11, Grace Glantz comes in for Hoppers.
7-2, Emory and Henry lead. 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Lewis brings it up for the Owls, being guarded by Lee. Now to the left-hand wing. Gets batted away, and Jones comes away with it for Emory and Henry. Pass ahead to Lee. Lee looks for cutters. Back to Jones. Jones sidestep. Doesn't find it. Tries to feed it down low to Santoro. That's too long of a feed. And it gets batted away, and Lewis comes up with it. Euro step by Lewis off the backboard. Too strong. Hatterer comes away with it for Emory and Henry. 7:23 remaining. Emory and Henry with the 5-point advantage, 7-2. Jones moves it around to Glantz. Santoro, short corner, skips it to Lee. Now to Jones. 15 on the shot clock. Santoro, short corner shot. Good.
Shot.
That's 2 for her. 1 from that side, 1 from the other. That's 2 shots for her. 4 points for Santoro. Same spot, different side of the floor on that long face-up. Left-hand wing to Hinkleman. She gets it inside to Cosby. Cosby can't get it to go, and their bench is screaming for a foul. Lee swings around the perimeter. Jones wide open. Her three's too strong. Glance is the only one. We've had this problem before. I don't think you were working the game last women's game with me, but we've had this problem before that nobody goes to the boards, and nobody went that time.
That's a foul on Greeley Jones, her first, and Macy McGillen coming in for Jones.
4:32 remaining in the first period. Emory and Henry's lead is 9-2.
Support for WEHC and ENH Wasp basketball comes from People Incorporated, believing that every person needs support from others. People Incorporated promotes the dignity of individuals and families, moves people into the economic mainstream, and works to develop existing strengths and resources within communities. For information about assistance with community development, education, employment training, family services, financial services, or housing, contact 276-623-9000 or peopleinc.net. All the efforts of People Incorporated are directed by the concerns, hopes, needs, and dreams of the people served. Emory and Henry Basketball is brought to you with support by First Bank and Trust, offering mobile banking, Apple Pay, remote deposits, and more, serving you with free checking since 1979. Member FDIC and on the web at firstbank.com.
Who's number 24? She's in there, but she's not on anything I've got. So we don't know who number 24 is. We don't have any 24 on our lineup. She just got it at the high post, though, and fed a cutter, Brittany Litton. We don't know who 24 is.
John Doe.
Swinging around the perimeter. 25. So that was Trasia Saunders is 25. I thought it said 23. It says 24.
They sure do say 24.
It says 24, but maybe she's, well, who knows. But anyway, the Owls passed it out of bounds, so it's Emory and Henry ball. 12-4, Emory and Henry leads with 4 minutes left to play in the first quarter. Swinging around the perimeter, McClellan with it, now to Santoro on the left-hand wing. She tries to feed Frost, and it's out of her grasp as it goes into the bleachers. Another turnover for the Wasps. Well, what's saving the Wasps is that the Owls are shooting 17%. Drive inside by Parker. She lays it up and good. 12-6, 3:28. High post to Glance. Bangs around, no good. Battled for him. McClellan gets it. Faces up.
Oh, good pass.
Oh, yeah. She finds Santoro. Skip pass from the left wing to Santoro, cutting down to feel the right block. 14-6, Emory and Henry leads.
Ooh.
That's Allen taking it baseline, can't finish, and Glance comes away with it for Emory and Henry. And just like that, Lee streaks by everybody. Gives it to McClellan. Now back to Glance. Glance, long three on the way, bangs off the front of the rim, tracked down by Lee. Lee trying to find somebody to give it to as she's about to tiptoe out of bounds over there in the corner. Gets a little bit too much contact.
That's a foul on number 1, Kenna Parker, her first.
So 2:45, Emory and Henry leads by 8. Ball under their basket. Our basket, I guess I should say. Glance with it at the free throw line. Thought about dribbling and didn't, and should have, because that's a turnover. So that's turnover number 5 or 6. It says 5.
6.
Yep, 6 turnovers in 7.5 minutes. I'm surprised we've scored if we've got that many turnovers. Long bounce pass, almost picked off by McClellan, but it gets batted out of bounds, and it'll be Emory and Henry ball. 2:27, Emory and Henry leads 14-6, and that's in first quarter play. Lee walks it across the half-court line, finds Frost inside at the lane, and she tried to bounce it without looking to Santoro in the short corner. They're going to call it Emory and Henry ball that got deflected. I don't know that that's the truth.
I don't know if that's the truth either.
21 on the shot clock. Emory and Henry floats it out to Santoro. She finds Glance. Glance doesn't travel this time. Takes it all the way to the left-hand side. The layup won't go, but she drew the foul.
The foul on 24. The one with no name. Foul on no name.
Oh, on 24. We think that's
it's 24.
Traja Sanders. We
Sanders.
think that's who that is. We think 24 is that person. Okay.
Okay.
We requested a lineup but didn't get one, so this is what we got off the internet. So we can go with what we have, and that's all we have we can go with. Ball being brought up by Allen. Now gives it off to Parker. Parker gets inside. Nice dish inside to Saunders, and she finishes it. 16-8. Emory and Henry's lead is now 8. McClellan dribbles, kicks it out to Glance. Glance looks for a cutter, finds Frost. Frost gets inside and gets hacked. And she about got body slammed.
Foul on number 22. Tasia Allen?
Tasia.
Tasia.
That's what I would say. Tasia Allen.
Tasia Allen.
That sends Claudia Frost to the free throw line for the Wasps. She's a 5'8" junior from Damascus, Virginia. 50% free throw shooter on the season. She hits the first one. Making Emory and Henry's lead 9. And the second one goes for Frost as well, pushing it up to a 10-point lead for Emory and Henry, 18-8. Allen, long three on the way out. I can't see that number. Lackey maybe, is that 0? Anyway, Emory and Henry comes away with the rebound. Owens, oh yeah, nice pass. McClellan got down deep with it and then waited for Owens to cut through and just gave it to her. She was able to finish the layup, 20-8. Parker gets inside. Nice move by her. She just kept dribbling until she got by somebody. Laid it off the glass. Emory and Henry 20-10 lead, 1:07 remaining first quarter. Down low to Owens. Owens kicks out. Now we're just moving around the perimeter. McClellan, well, I'll just drive by everybody. Oh, man. How did that go in, Brandon? McClellan gets it past the defender. She gets hip checked. And as she's going down, she puts it up, and it looked like it was going to be bang off the backboard in some miracle of magnetic gravity. Yep, it went in. So she'll get 3-point opportunity here. 58 seconds remaining in the first period.
Yeah, that just shook me.
First quarter, 22-10. Emory and Henry advantage, and McClellan goes to the free throw line for the chance at 3. That one rolls out, won't get it to go. Pass ahead, almost picked off by Lee for the Wasps. What's that girl's number that's got the ball out of bounds? Is it 0?
Yes.
Well, they passed it to us. That's all that matters. McClellan with it to Frost. Frost, short corner, face up. Too strong. Rebound by Lackey. And she walked. So Coach Dickens calling out the out-of-bounds play. 44 seconds remaining, up by 12. First quarter. Emory and Henry floats it out to McClellan. She finds Owens all alone inside, and she takes it to the left-hand side of the rim, puts it off the glass, and finishes it. 35 seconds remaining, a 14-point Emory and Henry lead. First quarter. Allen being guarded by Lee. Over to Linton. Now it's batted away, and Emory and Henry comes away with it. That's their 6th turnover. So we've had 12 turnovers in the first quarter. That's turnover aplenty. We got it down low to Owens. Owens back out. McClellan's 3 is too strong. Get it inside to Frost. And
throw it up.
as the bench is counting down the end of the quarter, Frost banks it off and in, and now they're going crazy because there's a player injured and there was no timeout called by the officials. And where's the trainer to help them? And the trainer is there. So at the end of the first quarter, Emory and Henry with a 16-point lead, 26-16, shooting 60% from the floor as opposed to 29% for Warren Wilson. Both teams with 6 turnovers. Emory and Henry with 12 rebounds with a 5-rebound margin. Everything else is about equal there. The trainer is right there. They're all yelling at us to help, and the trainer is right there helping. So I don't know what the injury. Well, I don't know what to tell everybody who's listening. They have an injured player for Warren Wilson. Our trainer is down there attending to the player. Their coaches seem to be angry that they're not getting any help. Our coaches are trying to explain to them that our trainer is right there attending to her. And that's all I can tell you from here.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And now that our coaches are talking to the officials, and I don't know who the injured player is. So it appears the officials are at the scorers table, and sports information director is letting them review the play to make sure there was no flagrant foul or intentional foul. And it appears to be that there was some incidental contact on the rebound, and the injured player for Warren Wilson, after the contact, started moving toward the bench area. Now she's on the floor in front of her bench, but it appears to be just a basketball play. I mean, it's probably a foul, but there was certainly no malintent. So I don't know what to tell people who are listening, other than the game has stopped for the end of the first quarter, but it's also stopped because there's an injury to one of the Warren Wilson players. I heard somebody mention something about bleeding.
That's what I heard too.
That's all I heard. But from our angle, I don't see anything. Her feet are toward us. She's pretty much laid out parallel to the sideline. Her head's in the other end, and I assume from looking at the replay that it was some sort of, elbow to the face, kind of nose, whatever. Anything that, having taught first aid for a trillion years, any injury to your face is going to bleed substantially regardless of how serious it is. So we'll hope that it's not a serious thing. And athletic director Ann Crutchfield's now out clearing the floor with a mop. So
Break.
I'm sorry.
If you want to go to break, we can go to break.
okay, so we're going to take a break here for a second while the play is stopped. I don't really know anything. Yeah. All right, welcome back to, I guess we're on. Are we on, Anthony?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Welcome back to the King Center here for women's basketball action. We made it to the end of the first quarter with Emory and Henry with a 26-10 advantage. But at the end of the last play, a player for the Owls from Warren Wilson was injured. Watching it on the replay, or watching it on the game film, it looked like somehow in the rebounding situation she may have got an elbow to the eyebrow area. Anyway, we've had a stoppage of play here for quite some time, and our trainers attended to her, and then EMTs came, and I guess they're taking her for medical care. So we're back to we're getting ready to get back to action here. So as we said, Emory and Henry leads at the end of one quarter, 26-10 over the visiting Owls of Warren Wilson. So let's give you some of the keys to the game. Emory and Henry's defense has to rebound, defend the drive, and don't let them get confident. And I can see where that would be a factor, couldn't you, Brandon? Mm-hmm. And then on offense, share the ball, get to the glass. Well, they haven't really played zone, have they? So Coach Dickens said move the ball to get good shots against the zone. You know, these two teams played January 25th, so 6 days ago. Emory and Henry won at Warren Wilson 76-59. Emory and Henry had 28 turnovers in that game.
Wow.
Warren Wilson had 17. But Emory and Henry out-rebounded them 44-26, so there was the difference in that contest. And we're ready to back to action here after the long stoppage of play. The Owls have the ball on offense, moving it inside and then kicking it out. Down low it goes, and the shot up by Cosby's no good, and Emory and Henry comes away with the rebound. Owens finds Santoro. She finds a cutting, I'm not sure who that was, and then Lee takes the three, and it misses the mark. That was Spainhour, sorry. I wasn't ready for substitutions. Emory and Henry playing a 2-1-2 here, and the Owls moving it to the high post and then found somebody down low. Let's see, that was Hinkleman down on the low block, and that's the way to beat that zone, is get it to the high post and then find somebody from there as you draw the defense. McClellan skips it across to Spainhour. Now she tries to get it low to Santoro, back out to Spainhour. Santoro skips it, and it gets deflected. 13 on the shot clock. Emory and Henry has it out of bounds at the scores table at the half-court line. Lee, now the Owls are playing zone, goes off the ball screen. Spainhour's three's no good. Rebound battled for. Spainhour gets on the floor for it. It gets kicked out, and Emory and Henry gets it. 20 on the shot clock. Now we're going to have a stoppage of play as there's an injured Warren Wilson player on the court. That's Elania Black, I think. And I don't know who the injured player was that we had the stoppage of play for. Do you? I never did see her number. Emory and Henry has the ball now out of bounds underneath their basket. 14 on the shot clock, leading by 14. Try to skip it across to Spainhour. We've tried that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When you pass it from one side of the baseline inside to the other, that time it didn't work. Another turnover for Emory and Henry. That's probably about 8 now. 7. Emory and Henry playing man-to-man now as Lewis going to take the long three, bangs it off the backboard, and Santoro with the rebound to Lee. Lee up ahead to Owens, back to Lee. Up top, Santoro looks for a cutter. Didn't give it to her. Santoro finds Spainhour on the left-hand wing. She takes it inside, goes around 3 defenders, kicks it out to Lee.
One more.
Now to McClellan. McClellan, she's going to shoot behind the screen. The three's no good. Rebound battled for. It's out of bounds off the Owls. Emory and Henry inbounds to Santora. Face up, no good. Rebounded by the Owls. And the pass ahead by Hall to Linton. No, to Lewis. Goes out of bounds into the Emory and Henry bench. 7:43 second quarter. Emory and Henry up by 14, 26-12. Lee looks at the front of the zone. Now to McClellan. McClellan finds Santora at the high post. She kicks it out to Spainhour down low. Back to Santora. Face-up shot at the free throw line's no good. Lewis goes through traffic, puts up a floater, but she's going to get charged for the foul. Santora was there to meet her, wasn't she?
Sure was. Right in place.
So Lewis, weaving through traffic, went to put up the floater, but she rammed into Santora outside the restricted arc. 26-12, Emory and Henry up. 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Lee over to Spainhour. Spainhour skips it to Jones on the left-hand wing. Now Santora short corner left. Back to Jones. Lee moving against the zone.
Cut.
There's Jones on the three. No good. Rebound. Nobody moves. Everybody just looks at the shot. We need some offensive rebounding. Lewis has it batted away, but she's able to gain it back in transition. Black down low to Cosby, and Cosby with her back to the basket almost puts it up over her head and gets it to score. 26-14, Emory and Henry leads. 6:28 second quarter. Emory and Henry standing and looking at the zone. Get it to the high post to Santoro. Her face up, one dribble, pull up, won't go. And the Owls come with it. Lewis being guarded by Lee. Emory and Henry now playing man-to-man. Tried to get it down low to Black. And Emory and Henry's going to be charged with the foul. Who's that foul on, Brandon?
Number 23, Taylor Owens.
That's her first.
That's her first.
Kick out to Lewis at the top. 14 on the shot clock. Able to get it over to Hinkleman on the left-hand wing. She tries to dump it down low to Cosby, but it goes out of bounds off Emory and Henry. 7 on the shot clock. Owls with the ball underneath their basket. They try to get it in bounds and can't handle it, and Owens comes away with it in transition, gives it to Lee. Lee out to Spainhour. Spainhour drains the three. 29-14, 5:38 remaining, and Spainhour gets on the scoreboard. Emory and Henry playing man-to-man here. Lee pokes it away from Lewis, and Spainhour goes down in transition. Can't finish it, mainly because she got hammered.
Foul on number 4, Tatiana Lewis, her second.
And that's a second for the Owls as well this quarter. Spainhour goes to the free throw line for Emory and Henry. These will be her first free throws of the night. She's a 74% free throw shooter so far this season, and she connects on the first one. .5:21 remaining in this half. Spainhour hits the second. 31-14, Emory and Henry's lead. Parker brings it up for the Owls to Lackey on the right-hand wing. Now back up top to, I don't know who that was, Hinkleman. A crazy wild shot by Parker on the floater in the lane, bangs off the backboard and goes in. 31-16. Santora finds Spainhour. 3 on the way by Spainhour, no good. And again, nobody goes to the offensive glass. 4:52. Parker, try it again, why not? Too strong this time. Lee comes away with it for Emory and Henry on the rebound. In transition, Lee just takes it all the way, but her layup bangs off no good. And Parker, let's go for it 3 times, Parker. This time she drew the foul.
That was on Braylee Jones, her second. And Hoppers is coming in For someone.
Somebody. We'll know in a minute when they're not out there anymore.
Support for WEHC and Emory Henry Wasp basketball comes proudly from Tom Graham and Kyle King of Edward Jones Investments, 126 East Main Street, Marion. Learn what investing can do for you. 276-783-4448 or edwardjones.com. Edward Jones member SIPC. The Food Specialist, bringing you quality, price, satisfaction, founded in a small rural area to serve friends and neighbors. Food Country has evolved to serve Southwest Virginia and East Tennessee, locally owned and operated. Your money stays in your community. Food Country is proud to support Emory and Henry Wasp basketball on WAC 90.7 FM.
So how many points do the Owls have?
They have 16.
And how many points do they have in the paint?
16.
Yeah, all their points in the paint. Well, yeah, that's what Coach Dickens said. We've got to defend the drive, and that's what we need to do here. 4:35 remaining in this half. The Wasps lead 31-16. One of the things, Emory and Henry's got 7 turnovers. The Owls have 10. One of the things Coach Dickens said to me was that the Wasps needed to limit unnecessary turnovers. So I said to her, what's a necessary turnover? And she said, well, I meant unforced. And I said, yeah, well, players sometimes think there's a turnover that's necessary. I needed to try that. Both of those free throws are no good. And on the rebound, Emory and Henry Santoro draws a foul on
number 12, Sam Hoyle.
I think you just say that Hoyle.
Hoyle. Yeah,
I don't know. Why are you listening to me? 31-16, Emory and Henry with 4:26 second quarter going against the Owls zone. Hatter gets it knocked away. She gets it back. 14 on the shot clock, and as she tries to attack the basket, she draws the foul. Yeah, I know it. Coach Dickens used to get yelled at for that when she was a player. When there was a loose ball, you're supposed to pick it up with 2 hands, and she just came over here to the scorer's table to remind me, you're supposed to pick it up with 2 hands. Ball at the high post to Hoppers, back to Lee. Hatter, right-hand wing, tries to attack, gets it in, dumps it down low to Hoppers. And again, it's like she's got the Lilliputtons hanging on her arms as she's in there trying to score. And 3 smaller players are fouling her. I don't know how they decided who the foul was going to be on.
Number 12, Sam Hoyle. That's her second.
Hopper's free throw is good. Second one no good, rimmed out. Rebound by the Owls. So Hoppers, all her 3 points tonight have come at the free throw line. And the Owls trying to get the ball inside, get it batted away out of bounds by the Wasps. 22 on the shot clock, 3:57 on the game clock for the first half. Emory and Henry is ahead by 16. There goes Parker again. That time it didn't hit anything, but it sort of froze in the air, and Hatterer was able to pick it up before it went out of bounds. Hatterer picks up her dribble. Now to Hoppers at the top to Lee. Hatterer now up top. Swings to Santoro. We're looking inside at Hoppers. We're going to have to do something besides that. Spainhour now with on the right-hand wing. She takes it inside, kicks it to Hoppers. Lee swinging around the perimeter. Hatterer's three is too strong as the shot clock was winding down. We were happy just to pass it around the perimeter all day. Parker trying to break some ankles. Gets inside. Her floater's too strong, won't go. Hoppers tried to get the rebound, and it got batted away and went right to Cosby, and Cosby's able to bank it off the glass for 2. 32-18, 3:03 remaining second quarter. Now give it to Hoppers is what I'm saying. There she is. She's got somebody much smaller on her. She puts it off the glass and able to score. 34-18, Emory and Henry's leads with 2:47. Hoyle now up top to Black. Black tries to hit somebody on the baseline, and Emory and Henry deflects it. Santoro comes out with it to Lee. Lee to Spainhour. Skips up top to Santora. Hopper's trying to work inside.
Leaving a lot of space.
And Hoppers gets called for a foul as she was trying to cut across the lane. And then Hoppers and I don't know who that is down there. Hoppers and can you see what that number is? That I have no idea. They got tangled up, hit the deck. So first foul on Hoppers, third team foul on Emory and Henry. Hoppers got tangled up with Hoyle. 2:28 second quarter. Emory and Henry up 34-18. Emory and Henry half court defense, man to man. Lackey with it, dribbles up to the top, scoops it. Now it's over to Russell. Russell's shot's too long. Emory and Henry tracks it down. Hatterer gets it, being pursued by two Owls as she brings it down the court. Over to Lee. Lee looks to skip it, and there's Santora at the short corner again. This time she comes up lacking. And the Owls in transition are going to fire up a three by Russell. No good. Rebound, though, by Lewis. Lewis trying to kick it out. Kicks it out to nobody, and it goes across the half-court line. That'll be an over and back violation.
Number 11, Grace Glantz, and number 3, Claudia Frost coming in for Spainhour and Hoppers.
1:46 till halftime. 34-18 is the Emory and Henry lead. Hatterer with it on the right-hand wing. Finds Glantz. Glantz on the face-up. Now she splits her defenders, but gets the ball stripped away from her by Lackey. Lackey to Lewis. Back to Lackey on the left-hand wing. Three on the way by Lackey's too strong. Rebound by Glantz. Glantz gets it to Lee. 1:23 remaining. Lee gets it ahead to Santora. It's too hot to handle. Goes into the mats as Santora can't drag it down. And there's one of those unnecessary turnovers. 34-18, Emory and Henry leads. 1:14 till halftime. Lewis, right-hand wing. Gets it to Russell.
Snap.
Russell puts up the three, no good. Lee's trying to corral the rebound, and she is going to draw the foul on number 2.
Brittany Linton, number 2.
So Linton with the foul. That'll be the 5th team foul for the Owls. That'll send Lee to the free throw line for Emory and Henry, leading 34-18. Lee's a 75% free throw shooter on the season. These will be her first free throws of the evening. And she glances the first one off the front of the rim, no good. Second free throw is good by Lee. 1 minute remaining in this half. 35-18, Emory and Henry leads. Lewis with it up top, being guarded by Lee. Tries to shoot behind the screen, does. It's way too strong, but the rebound gets corralled by the Owls. Bangs off the backboard, and Frost battles for the rebound with Linton. And the possession arrow favors Emory and Henry. 45.7 seconds remaining in this second quarter. 35-18, Emory and Henry leads. Lee drives it over to the right-hand wing, hands it off to Frost. Back to Lee. Skip it over to Hatterer. Now to Glantz on the baseline on the left-hand side. She dribbles over, takes 2 dribbles, face up, and it hits everything and finally drops in. And Glantz for her 4th point of the night. 20 seconds remaining. Lewis with it for the Owls. Picks up her dribble, looks for somebody to hand it to. Gets it to Linton. Oh, she shoved her in the back. And Russell gets called for the foul, but we shoved the ball handler in the back. 11 seconds remaining. Emory and Henry 37-18.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Santora now is going to have to take the shot as the clock is counting down. We passed it around the perimeter like, you shoot it. No, you shoot it. No, you shoot it. And she got it with 3 seconds left, had no choice. Put up the long three, but it was no good. So at the end of 20 minutes, Emory and Henry leads the visiting Owls 37-18. We will send it back to you, Anthony, in the WEHC studios, and then we'll come back here about 3 minutes before the beginning of the second half so we can catch up on the first half action and stats. Back to you, Anthony. In this second game of Emory and Henry basketball day here at the King Center, both teams playing Warren Wilson. The men took care of the Owls 98-48. The women are in a commanding lead 37-18 at the end of 20 minutes with 20 more to play. Brandon, anything jump out here on the stats to you?
I would say what jumps out is the bench points. For Emory and Henry, 22 points off the bench to Warren Wilson's 10. Both teams aren't really. The shooting percentage isn't really too well for either team. Both teams shooting. Well, they shot about 30 shots each. Warren Wilson shot 32, but 40% and 28%. No.
No. Exactly. Well, Coach Dickens said that that offensively for Emory and Henry, we need to share the basketball. We're doing that. That's mostly what we're doing is passing it.
Yeah.
Passing around. We need to rebound. Well, we have offensive rebounds. I'm surprised we have any. It says we have 5. Those had to have been ones that just fell in our lap because we haven't really worked at that. Move the basketball to get good shots against the zone. Well, we've moved the ball. Don't settle for early shots. No, we haven't done that because we pass it around until somebody has to take it at the shot clock.
Yep.
Limit unnecessary turnovers. Well, I don't think that, they've had 3 more than us, but there's no way we should have that tight of a turnover margin with them and make open shots, which I don't feel like we have accomplished that yet, and I bet the coaches don't either. Emory and Henry has led, however, for 19 minutes and 47 seconds of that 20 minutes we've played, and our largest lead has been 19. We're at that now, and the Owls will have the ball first to begin this second half of play here. In for Emory and Henry is number 5, Lee, 55, Hoppers, 12, Jones, 20, Santoro, and 21, Hatterer. For the Owls, if I could read their numbers, I'd tell you who's in there. I know Lewis is one of them because she's got the ball up here at the top of the key. Emory and Henry looks like they're playing man-to-man here, and they are in the half court. Lackey pulls up for the 3. It glances off the front of the rim, no good, but rebounds gathered in by Lewis, and she is able to get that stick back to go. Emory and Henry by 17. The Owls playing zone. Hatterer with it on the right-hand wing to Santoro. She tries to lob it to Hoppers. Nice pass, but Hoppers brings the ball down, gets her own rebound, then able to finish it going to her left. Now Emory and Henry back to the 19-point advantage. Lewis with it up top, picks up her dribble, has nowhere to go with it. Feeds it to Cosby at the top of the key. Dumps it down low to Hinkleman. And Santoro takes it all the way to the rim and scores it against 2 defenders. Sends at least one of them to the deck. 8:56 third quarter, 41-20. Emory and Henry's largest advantage now at 21. Picks up her dribble, passes it over to Hoyle on the right-hand wing. At the high post to Cosby, face-up jumper by Cosby, no good. Hatterer gets the rebound for Emory and Henry. Hatterer in transition, looks, finds Jones, wraparound pass, finds Santoro on the other side of the paint. Well, there's no paint now. Other side of the lane, and Santoro finishes on that jump shot. 43-20, 8:15, Emory and Henry advantage. Lewis picks up her dribble. Feeds it to Cosby. Face up by Cosby at the free throw line. Off the backboard, no good. And Lewis for the Owls and Lee for the Wasps battle for the rebound. And it's going to be out of bounds off of Emory and Henry. 20 on the shot clock underneath their basket. Get the ball inbounds to Hinkleman. Her shot won't fall. And Hoppers gets the rebound, trying to get it to Lee. It gets batted out of bounds by the Owls. It'll be Emory and Henry ball. 8 minutes remaining, third quarter, 43-20. Emory and Henry's 23 points. Advantage is the largest of the night. 2 post players up high. Lee dribbles over, feeds it to Jones, and Jones knocks down the 3. That's just the 4th 3 of Emory and Henry of the night, 4 of 15. And that gives Jones 3 points on the night. Lewis picks it up, gives it to Cosby on the face-up. Back to Lewis on the right-hand wing. Ball screened by Hoyle. Lewis gets in traffic, loses it, and Lee for Emory and Henry comes out with it. In transition, she tries to find something, just finds Jones on the right-hand wing. Hopper's going to take the 3. It goes off the front of the rim, but it falls into Santoro's lap. She kicks it out to Lee. 46-20, Emory and Henry's lead. Santoro, high post shot, no good. Rebound, nobody went to the boards, and so the Owls come away with it. Lewis crosses over Lee.
Oh.
Euro step off the backboard and scores it. 46-22. How many points is that for Lee now? I feel like she's the only person scoring for, Lewis scoring for them. Hoppers from the low block on the left, just a little bit pushed out from the low block. She's able to get that bank shot to fall. 48-22, 6:31 remaining, third quarter. Emory and Henry advantage. Lewis, ball screen by Cosby, now gives it to Cosby at the high post. Gosh, Hoppers just wants to foul her, doesn't she? But she doesn't, and the shot goes up, and Hatterer battles for the rebound, can't get it. And Jones ends up fouling Cosby as she tries to gather in the rebound. Cosby's free throw's no good. And Jones comes away with it. Cosby laying on the floor trying to reach out and get anything. Jones ahead. Oh, nice look. Got it to Hoppers. She can't get that to fall. Man, that was a great look by Lee. I don't know how that got through there. Do you?
I have no idea.
No, I thought, that's one of those optimistic passers where you think you can get it in there, but you can't. Lewis puts it up in traffic, and Hatterer comes away with the rebound for Emory and Henry. Hatterer, right-hand baseline, finds Santoro all alone down low. She was so all alone, I think she was waiting for some contact to come, and she missed the easy one. 48-24, Emory and Henry, 24 points. Advantage. Lewis cranks it like she's going to take it, doesn't. Down on the baseline. That's Hinkleman. Hinkleman's shot won't go, and it goes out of bounds off of the Owls.
And Grace Glantz and Mimi
Trainham
comes in for Hoppers and Lee.
I think that's the first time Lee's been out of the game.
I think so too.
5:21, 48-24, Emory and Henry advantage. Trainham brings the ball up for Emory and Henry. She's a 5'6" freshman guard from Richmond. Gets it into the paint, now out to Hatterer. Hatterer doesn't have it. 13 on the shot clock. Back to Trainham at the top. She's going to set up something. Looks inside at Santoro, gives it to her. She kicks it back out on the way by Hatterer, and she nails it. That's the great ball movement we're hoping for, to make something happen. We got it from the point guard down to the low block, and then she kicked it out to the wing, and Hatterer hit the 3. The Owls feed it inside, now kick it out. That's Parker gets inside, draws 3 defenders, and also draws the foul. That was Trainham on the foul? I would have said it was somebody else. But it's her, so Trainham first foul, team's second foul. We have timeout on the floor here. Emory and Henry with the 51-24 advantage.
Support for WEHC and E&H Wasp basketball comes from People Incorporated. Believing that every person needs support from others, People Incorporated promotes the dignity of individuals and families, moves people into economic mainstream, and works to develop existing strengths and resources within communities. For information about assistance. Oh, hello.
We're on GoWasps.com.
For information about assistance with Community development, education, and employment training, family services, financial services, or housing. Contact 276-623-9000 or peopleinc.net. All the efforts of People Incorporated are directed by the concerns, hopes, needs, and dreams of the people served.
So Emory and Henry comes back out from the media timeout here. That they'll face Parker at the free throw line. She's a 64% free throw shooter on the season. Tonight she's leading scorer for the Owls with 6, well tied with Cosby with 6. She just strokes that one down through the net, putting her 1 of 3 from the free throw line tonight, and makes the second one now for 50%, 2 of 4 from the line, and 8 points for Parker. Emory and Henry gets it down to the left-hand wing, down low to Santoro, swinging around the perimeter. Jones now with it at top. Finds Hatterer.
Good cut.
Gets Glance. Glance thought she could kick it out from there, but she couldn't get enough spin on it or oomph on it, and Parker picks it up for the Owls. And Derek goes in now for the Owls, but the layup's no good by Lewis, and Hatterer with it. Trainham to Glance. Glance not strong enough to get it up over the rim, and Parker comes away with it for the Owls. Lackey feeds down low to Hinkleman. Hinkleman's shot won't go, and Glance with the rebound draws the foul, or they tie it up. Tied ball. Possession error favors Emory and Henry.
And 23, Taylor Owens, Macy McGowan, and Hannah Spanauer come in.
3:34, third quarter, 51-26, Wasp advantage. Trainham brings it up for the Wasps, facing man-to-man defense here. The defense, no, they're playing a zone now. Defense has been more active. We tried to just feed it from the top to Owens down low, and the Owls step in front of it. That's Black with the rebound. With the steal, with the takeaway. And they try to hit a backdoor cutter. Can't.
Okay.
Parker was out of control there, but she draws the foul. I don't know why we foul somebody that's out. Well, we couldn't get out of her way, really.
No.
But out of control. I'm not sure she could have finished it, although she's finished some like that so far tonight. She's got 8 points, 2 of them at the free throw line on her last trip, and she'll have a chance now. That one rolls around and falls in. 3:06 remaining third quarter, 51-27. Next free throw rolls around and out. So that leaves her still at 50% from the line. Spanauer kicks it over to Glance. Trainham with it up top. That's McClellan on the left-hand wing. 17 on the shot clock. Looking inside, looking for a cutter. Glance gets it at the high post, can't handle it. Now we're diving on the floor for it, and the Owls come away with it. Get it up ahead to Lackey. Lackey going against Trainham. Trainham got a piece of that and comes away with it. We'll have another tied ball. This time the possession error favors the Owls. That looked like a foul to me, didn't it? You,
sure
Brandon? Did. Officials may be ready to go home.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I've been here since 4:30. Ball at the baseline for the Owls. A fresh shot clock. Long three by Lackey goes up and gets stuck between the rim and the backboard. So that's a tied ball situation, and men's basketball assistant comes out and tips it up and out. So the possession error favors Emory and Henry. Trainham brings it up for Emory and Henry with the 51-27 advantage. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in the third period. Trainham looks for somebody. Finds Glance up top. Glance, catch, shoot, 3, no good. Rebound, track down. Thank you, Spanauer, for going to the offensive boards. Glance gets it inside, kicks it out. McClellan, her 3's no good. And there's going to be a foul on Owens. Did she send somebody to the deck?
Yes.
I saw an owl go flying by, and I didn't know why, but that explains it.
That's 3 on Owens.
4 team fouls on Emory and Henry, too. We're going to shoot on the next one. 2:05 remaining third quarter, and Parker's just going to go crazy again. Glance with the rebound. Trainum in transition. Pass ahead to Spainhour. Spainhour layup. Yeah. That's McClellan. I couldn't see. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, parents, that I got the wrong kid. Missed layup by the Owls. Trainum
That's a foul.
finds Owens. They're not going to call the foul. So Owens gets tangled up in somebody's feet, but for the Owls as they're going in transition on that pass ahead, and they hit the deck, but they're not going to call the foul. 53-27. We've got 1:39 remaining in the third quarter. Pass to Underco. Underco. Okay, that's good. We got no pronunciation guide with the lineup. We didn't get either. Trainum with the ball up here. That's not to say I would pronounce it right if you told me, but I'd have a better shot at it. Spainhour with the ball on the wing gets it batted away by Parker. That'll be 19 on the shot clock. Emory and Henry will have possession in front of its bench. Inbounds to Trainum. Trainum finds Owens all alone. Her face-up won't go. She battles for the rebound. It's getting really physical in there with no fouls being called. Parker's crossing over. Glance, crossover. She's quick.
She is.
Black gives it back to her. And Lackey's going to launch the three. No good. Rebound by McClellan. McClellan in transition. Why not just take it all the way? She does. Draws the foul. We have 56 seconds remaining in this third period. That's the first team foul for the Owls this period. We got a couple of Owls look like they might need a breather. Shot by McClellan is good. McClellan's a 71% free throw shooter on the season. That makes her 2 of 3 on the night. And gives her 9 points. There goes Parker again. She had it pulled away from her, though, as she went up with it. Owens grabs it for Emory and Henry, gives it to Trainum. McClellan drives baseline and draws the foul.
Parker is well conditioned.
So for not fouling the entire first 9 minutes and 10 seconds of the third quarter, they're making up for it here. Oh, nice inbound pass to Glance. She tries to go up with it, and they don't call a foul. It was touched by the Owls, I thought. I don't know how she could have. I don't know. I couldn't see. I'm just going on what I wanted to have happen, I guess. 38 seconds remaining. 55-27 is the Wasp advantage. Third quarter. Try to get it in bounce to Glance again. She gets sandwiched. And by sandwich, I mean like
Literally.
The kind of sandwich that you put in a press and you smash it flat. That kind of sandwich down low. They don't call a foul. They're just going to give us the ball out of bounds. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Emory and Henry looks to get it in bounds and do to Glance. McClellan gets it, dribbles all the way in to dishes to Spainhour. 2-dribble pull-up by Spainhour, no good. Glance.
Rebound.
Yes. Offensive glass by Glance. Puts it up, scores it, and draws the foul. I've been crying all night for an offensive rebound, somebody to go to the boards, and Glance does it.
That's a fourth foul on Parker.
Glance free throw is good.
Glance has 9 rebounds.
Glance is an 83% free throw shooter on the season. I think she's got 8 points now too, don't you? I don't think they've updated that.
7.
The Owls can't get it to fall. In transition, it gets banged around. It's starting to look like a pinball game in there sometimes. And the Owls can't score at the buzzer, so after 3 complete periods of play, Emory and Henry with the 31-point advantage, 58-27. Santoro leads all scorers with 10. And Emory and Henry's got 2 more flirting with double digits with McClellan and Hoppers. And Parker, did she foul out or did you say she has 4? She's got 9 points for the visiting Owls. What do we have here on any update on stats?
We're getting them on rebounds, total rebounds, 41-29 as Emory Henry leads the rebounds. Bench points, outscoring them 29-13, and they're tied in the points in the paint.
Emory and Henry shooting 42.6%. That's not shabby.
That's not bad.
And we've been to the free throw line where there was a point where they hadn't been at all. I think maybe at halftime they had not been at all. Is this the third? No, it's halftime. That's us. Let's see. Free throw. They were 0 of 2 in the first half. Now they're 1 of 5 second half action. Long 3 on the way, no good, and rebound battled for. And who's the foul going to be on?
Taylor Owens has her 4.
Wow. I wish we had minutes on here to see how many minutes she's been playing. Maybe it says, nope. Wasps come away with it there. Spainhour tries to find Owens in transition, but sends it over her head. It got deflected by an Owl. So Emory and Henry will have it under their basket, 24 on the shot clock. 9:41, Emory and Henry 31-point advantage over Warren Wilson. Warren Wilson, Division III school. Emory and Henry playing a combination schedule this year of some Division IIIs and IIs. So Frost had it in the trap, and she got bodied up pretty strong, didn't she, Brandon?
Yes.
Train him on the crossover.
The cut.
Oh, man, great cut.
Trap. Yep.
That was a great cut by Spainhour. She couldn't finish it. And then we walked with it for turnover number 18. Well, that's better than the 28 we had at their place. Linton takes it up strong, no good. Woo. And Chelsea Hodges gets the rebound for Emory and Henry and draws the foul.
That's 2 on Black.
So Trainham with the ball up top, being guarded by Lewis. Tries to get it over to Glantz. Glantz being denied by Jackson. And Jackson just hammers her. So that'll be McClanahan with the ball in front of the Emory and Henry bench. Finds a cutting Spainhour. Spainhour goes baseline, picks up her dribble, gets mauled. Trainham gets it on the pass from Spainhour. She gets mauled by 2 players. They'll have to decide which one to call the foul on.
Foul on Jackson, her second.
So we've played a minute and 9 seconds in the third quarter, and they've got 3 fouls, the Owls do. We get it to the high post to Hodges. She kicks it back out to Spainhour. Gets nowhere with her dribble. Gives it to Frost. Frost finds a cutter. That's a great cut by Hodges and a good find by Frost. And Emory and Henry playing with the younger players now. That's 22, Trainham, a freshman. Hodges at the free throw line. She's a 75% free throw shooter on the season, but she missed that first one. She's a freshman. 31, McClellan is a freshman. Frost is the junior, the old lady on the court there with them, and Spainhour, a freshman. So Lewis with it up top. Handoff to Jackson. Jackson dribbles around being guarded by Trainham. I can't see who has it, but they passed it to McClellan.
Oh,
McClellan goes in transition, puts it up strong, won't fall. Hodges almost got the rebound, but it's battled out of bounds by Black.
Lydia Alvis and Taylor Pace coming in. Their first time checking in. Wide open. Comes in and gets a bucket.
So Alvis gets her first basket and puts Emory and Henry up by, let me do the math here, 34. Baseline shot by the Owls, no good. Trainum with it in transition. Brings it up. Yeah, you got to make something happen here. And she does. Pull up jumper by Trainum is good. So Mimi Trainum gets on the scorebook. 63-27, 7:43 remaining. Jackson takes it down baseline. Can't get inside. Long rebound and draw the foul. That was Linton on the rebound. And who's the foul on?
Frost. That's her. Yep, that's her first.
So
Oh wait, no, they called it on Lydia Alvis.
So she got in the scorebook for points and fouls. And who's at the free throw line?
Linton.
Linton puts it up and no good on the first one. %80 free throw shooter on the season. She's 50% tonight, 1 of 2. .7:30 remaining, fourth quarter. Emory and Henry 63-28 over the Owls. Trainum dribbles up top. Gets past her man, kicks it out. 3 on the way is no good by Pace. And Jackson loses the handle on it, gets called for the turnover. No, that's not Jackson. That's Jackson. There's 2 Jacksons. They must be sisters. Yep. Trainum. Now to Pace. Long 3 on the way by Frost. No good. And Amaya Jackson with it. Gives it to Amara Jackson. And she crosses over Trainum, gets it inside, gets trapped, has nowhere to go with it, just lets go of it. And Lydia Alvis with it, can't finish. And the Owls come with it. That's Lewis, long 3 on the way by Jackson, no good. Rebound by Cosby. Is that Cosby? Yep, Cosby. She gets knocked to the deck. Who's that foul on?
That's on Kelsey Hodges, her first.
Cosby at the free throw line. Misses the first one. Man, she's a 91% free throw shooter on the season.
Missed the first one.
But connects on the second. 63-29, 6:15 remaining in the fourth period. Frost with it. Tries to hit Alvis with it on a cut on the baseline. Gets it picked off.
Oh.
And that sends Lewis to the free throw line as she attacks the defense and gets knocked to the deck. So that foul's on Trainum. If we don't stop this, we will be here till 11 o'clock shooting free throws. Do you agree?
Very true. I agree.
Yep. Oops. Lewis free throws too strong. Her first free throws? I thought she'd been to the free throw line already. Oh, she has. Nope, she hasn't. And since we didn't know about her till we got to the scores table to find out she wasn't on their lineup, we don't know what her season stats are. But she's 0 of 2 on the night. Frost brings it up, pull-up jumper at the free throw line, glances off the front of the rim. It gets batted out of bounds by Emory and Henry. That'll be Owl possession. 5:51 remaining in the fourth period. 63-29. So this is Amari Jackson dribbling through, giving it to Amaya Jackson. Long three on the way by her, no good. Alvis picks up the rebound. She goes all the way in, too strong, can't get the layup to go. Frost is there for the offensive rebound and tries to stick it back. Can't go up because people are holding her arms.
Foul on Amari Jackson, her first.
That's the 5th team foul for the Owls this quarter, so Emory and Henry will shoot the rest of the way. Frost connects on the first one. Frost, a 5'8" junior from Damascus, Virginia. She's 3 of 3 from the free throw line tonight, if I got that right. Yep. 65-29, Emory and Henry leads. Lewis takes it in. Too strong. Pace comes away with the rebound for Emory and Henry. Up ahead to Trainham. Finds Chelsea Hodges up ahead. She takes it to the rim and draws the foul. .5:13, fourth quarter. Emory and Henry has led all but a few seconds of the game when it was tied 0-0. And they're up now 66-29. That gets Hodges in the scorebook. She's 2 of 2 at the free throw line. Everybody that's played so far, except for one player, has made it to the scorebook. There's a 3 by Jackson. That's Amaya Jackson hits for 3, 67-31. We've got 5 minutes remaining. Pace with the ball, left-hand wing. Pace finds Frost inside. She gets triple teams. Back to Pace. Pace, 3 on the way. And she connects. And that's who we needed to score to get everybody in the scorebook. So the 3 by Pace means everybody that's played for Emory and Henry has scored. Lewis tries to feed the ball inside. Can't. Alvis comes away with it. Alvis in transition. She takes it herself and draws the foul. 4:28, fourth quarter. And now we have the media timeout here, so Lydia Alvis will be at the free throw line when we come back from timeout. Lydia Alvis, a 5'9" freshman from Rogersville, Tennessee, from Cherokee High School. Santora still leading all scorers with 10 points. And we have a couple others that could get there, but they're not going to see any more action. That's Macy McClellan and Alexis Hopper, both with 9. Parker for the Owls with 9 points. Wow. The Owls have 24 fouls. 24 fouls.
Wow.
That's a lot. 21 turnovers, 24 fouls. But for as lopsided as the score is, points in the paint, Emory and Henry with 26 and the Owls with 24. Alvis sinks the free throw. Second free throw is too strong. Alvis tries to track it down, but the Owls come away with it. Parker dribbling up the court, and Alvis comes up behind her, pokes it out of bounds. It'll be Owl ball, but great effort by Alvis there, not just to be content to, oh gosh, she almost walked. Linton tries to take it in, and she draws the foul. Wait, who is that? Is that 2 or 21?
21.
Russell. I'm sure the uniform manufacturers like making big, thin numbers, but you can't read them. I can't read them. Free throw is up and good by Russell. That's only her second free throw of the season. And she connects on the next one. So that makes her 2 of 3 on the season. Trainham walks it up for Emory and Henry. Facing this zone defense by the Owls. And we've got an illegal screen here as one of the Owls goes flying to the floor. And she's a little upset. I'm not sure why she got the foul called. 4:06 remaining, 71-33 as the Owls let the ball roll up the court. Parker with it. Gives it to Underco. Trainham picks up her dribble, has nowhere to go with it. Fortunately, Pace was able to run it down. Gets it back to Trainham. Now to Alvis. Alvis inside gets it swatted away. And there's going to be a double foul called here, I think. No, there's going to be some sort of extracurricular activity. So number 14. So Jenna Underco. Anyway, she gets called for the technical. That sends Lydia Alvis to the free throw line. Comes up a little short this time. Somebody on their bench goes crazy and yells every time somebody shoots a free throw. She connects on the next one. So now Emory and Henry will have the ball at the sideline half court. We've got 3:43 remaining in the game. Emory and Henry with the 72-33 lead. I feel like, well, we have been here a long time, but I feel like this game has lasted 3 hours. Trainham goes off a ball screen by Glantz. Glantz on the step out three. It's too strong. Rebound by the Owls. In transition, up ahead, Hinkleman goes up for the layup and draws the foul. Who's that foul on, Brandon?
Lydia Alvis, her second.
And both teams are in the bonus now. So they're. Let's see, this is Monday. First shot is up and good by Hinkleman. This is Monday. What time do you have class tomorrow, Brandon? Because we may still be here. I'll write you a note.
8 a.m.
Yeah, I'll write you a note. You may be late. She missed the second one. Pace with the rebound for Emory and Henry. Gives it to Trainham, who gets it up and waits to set up the offense. Pace cuts through. Trainham dribbles over right wing to Pace on the left-hand wing. Pace's three's up, no good. Rebound by the Owls. Oh, gosh, she misdribbled it right to Pace. She lost her handle on the dribble. Pace comes away with it for Emory and Henry. That's turnover number million, I think, in this game. It's 24 for them, 20 for us. Nice feed down low to Hodges from Trainham. So Emory and Henry with the solid 40-point advantage here with 2:42 remaining. Parker going to crank the three, glances off the rim, and nobody can track down the rebound as it goes out of bounds. So Emory and Henry gets the ball on that errant three-point shot. 2:35, 74-34. Trainham's going to walk it across the half-court line. What's the rush? The Owls playing man-to-man maybe. Nope, zone. Trainham up to Glantz. Now back. Alvis catches at that free throw line, puts it up. Oh man, rattles all around, but Glantz is there on the boards to put it up again and draw the foul. Glantz has been the person going to the offensive glass. She's got 9 rebounds, maybe 10 if they haven't updated the stats. Glantz is a 6'1" freshman from Clyde, North Carolina. That free throw is way too strong. She's an 83% free throw shooter. She was perfect until that one tonight, 3 of 3. Now she's 3 of 4. And connects on the second one, making her 4 of 5 from the free throw line. 10 rebounds, 7 points. The Owls get it to the high post. Shot goes up too strong. Pace with the rebound for Emory, and Henry finds Trainum. Trainum in transition. Finds Pace. Pace cranks it up from the left-hand wing, and Pace knocks down the 3. 152, Emory and Henry up 78-34. As Pace connects, that's her second 3 of the night, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's 2 of 5 now. No Owl can get it to go, and Emory and Henry's Glantz gets it down. Are they going to call her out of bounds? 20 on the shot clock, 1:38 on the game clock, and a 44-point advantage for the Wasps. Emory and Henry getting ready for the inbound, playing 2-3 zone on the inbound play here. Al send cutters, and Pace picks it off. It's going to be a tied ball. Possession arrow favors Emory and Henry. Nice effort by Pace. Just to step in front and tie it up. Trainum's going to bring it up, 133. Screen by Alvis up top, and Glantz gets the 3 from the right-hand wing. No good. Pace is there for the rebound. This just shows you what some effort will do for you on the offensive glass. But Pace gets it stripped away by Parker, who sends it ahead. 3 on the way, no good. Rebound battled for and brought out Alvis. Try to pass ahead to Pace. It's over her head. And Parker's going to land out of bounds with it on the deck. So it'll be Emory and Henry ball, 23 on the shot clock, 101 on the game clock. Leading by 44. Trainum with it up top. Finds Alvis. Alvis left-handed 3 on the way. Banks almost goes in. Hodges is there for the rebound, but it's tied up, and it'll be Owls ball on the alternate possession. Under a minute now to play. Emory and Henry 78-34. Parker brings it up. Dribbles a cutter over. She's on the left-hand wing. Now she's got nobody to throw it to. So we've got to step out and save her. Hinkleman goes all the way in. No good. Rebound battled for. It gets batted out of bounds. It's going to be Emory and Henry ball. Hinkleman went up but couldn't get it to finish, and Emory and Henry battling for the rebound. 30 seconds remaining. 3-second differential, I think, on the shot clock and game clock. Trainum with it. Facing the zone defense. Looks inside at Glantz down low. Glantz makes an up and under move, goes up, no good. Gets batted away, but Hodges is all by herself on the left-hand block, and she can't get it to finish. Transition, pass ahead to Lackey. Lackey's free throw's no good. Stick back, though, is good by Hinkleman. And with 3 seconds remaining, Emory and Henry doesn't even have to bring it across the half-court line. So at the end of 4, Emory and Henry comes away with the win, 78-36 over the Owls of Warren Wilson. That runs Emory and Henry's season record to 9-11, and the Owls drop to 5-13 on the season. Emory and Henry women's next action will be next Saturday. This Saturday they go to Montreat to play a 2 o'clock contest there. And they play at home again on Thursday, February the 10th, when they take on Bluefield State at 7 o'clock. That will be their Play for K game which is women's basketball's breast cancer awareness game, named in memory of Coach Kay Yao, the NC State coach who battled breast cancer at least twice and maybe 3 times before she lost that battle with breast cancer. So Emory and Henry women will honor her when they have the Play for K game and breast cancer awareness. So Brandon, who's our player of the game?
I actually chose Macy.
Did
Macy
you?
McClellan.
Yeah, McClellan with 9 points. Yeah, good for you. 4 assists, 5 rebounds. Yep, good game by Macy. You want to run down some of the stats for us while we're waiting on Macy to
Yes.
get out here?
We turnover battle for both sides, not well. Shooting percentage-wise, not well, not well either. But we did get them on the rebounds, 58-45, even though it felt like it was a constant back and forth. But bench points is the outstanding one. 49 points off the bench, 18 for Warren Wilson. And fast break points. They got out in transition. That's for the. I think that's what stands out for the stats.
How about individuals for Emory and Henry?
Individual leading scorer was Emma Santoro with 10. 9 each was Macy and Alexis Hoppers. 8 points for Grace Glantz, but also had 11 rebounds. Claudia Frost, Braylee Jones, and Taylor Pace had 6 each. Hannah Spainhour and Kelsey Hodges had 5 each. Lydia Alvis and Taylor Owens have 4 points each. And Kaylee Hatterer had 3. Mimi had 2, and get some action. Starting point guard Amaya Lee had 1, but also had 4 assists and 4 rebounds.
Yeah, and like we said, I think she played straight through till sometime in the third quarter. When Trainham came in and took her spot, I think she'd played every second of the game up until that point. Well, while we're waiting on Macy to join us, some more action. The men will be in action again on Thursday when they're going to play here against Salem at 6 o'clock. That's the whiteout game. So find your best white evening gown or T-shirt or what have you and come out and support the men on Thursday here at the King Center. Men's and women's track and field will be at ETSU at the Buccaneer Track and Field Invitational Indoor Track Meet on Friday and Saturday this weekend, February 4th and 5th. Women's basketball will be at Montreat on Saturday at 2 o'clock. Men's basketball will be at Bluefield State Saturday at 2 o'clock. And women's wrestling will be at Limestone. If you want to catch any of that action on the away contest, you can always find the link to watch or hear the audio if you tune in to, or if you go to gowasp.com. There will always be a link there if you go to the composite schedule, and it'll have everything there. All right, we're being joined by Mimi, not Mimi Trainham. Well, you don't look like Mimi to me, but we're being joined by Macy McClellan, who, the first, I don't know how many games you played, I kept calling you McClanahan. We had some McClanahans here when I got here in 1981.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so,
okay.
you can't train an old dog anything about new tricks. You would love to have been a McClanahan like they were, but you're a McClellan.
Good.
So Macy's a 5'8" freshman from Kingsport, went to Sullivan Central, no longer a high school, right? Didn't they consolidate?
Yes, they did.
What's the name of that school now?
Westridge High School.
Oh, yeah. So she went to the now defunct Sullivan Central, the round gym that you saw from the interstate as you were driving south down Interstate 81. So tonight's game, we just played them last week?
Last Tuesday,
Yeah,
yes.
so 6 days ago, we kind of knew what to expect.
Right.
So what did we expect from tonight's game?
We expected, from us to just share the ball well with each other and just play our game and just anticipate passes and just play our speed against them. Where we played them Tuesday, we kind of knew, we kind of had a game plan in mind, just to run the floor and play fast.
Well, one of the things we improved on, but only slightly, I bet we heard about this after the game with them the last time, didn't we have 27 turnovers?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
that
or maybe
sounds
that
about right.
maybe that was the game the other day. But anyway,
Well, one of them, yes.
yeah. No, that was at Warren Wilson. We had
Yeah.
28 turnovers
Oh, wow.
when we played at Warren Wilson.
Oh, wow.
So we just had 21 tonight.
Oh, okay.
But we out-rebounded them, so that made,
Okay.
and tonight we out-rebounded them again. So
Yeah.
there you go. Well, one of the challenges about playing somebody the second time, well, what do you think is the challenge playing somebody the second time?
I think it's definitely harder because they kind of figure us out, and when we throw a new defense at them, they kind of figure it out and are ready for it the next time we play them, especially so close together.
Yeah, and you also have human nature is like ho-hum. We're gonna win,
Right.
and it makes it kind of like, okay, well then we're not crisp like we need to be or
For
whatever.
sure.
But
Yes.
we fired all right from the very beginning. We never trailed in this game, so that's a plus, and we pushed it on out there, and lots of people, everybody that played for us scored.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
yeah, so a lot of people got to play a lot of minutes, and just makes it fun, doesn't it?
Yes, for
All
sure.
right, so you're a freshman. I mean, it's not like you're from Tennessee, but for people that don't know, I don't know where your house is in Kingsport, but an hour away at the most, right?
Yeah, it's about
Yeah.
40 minutes.
Yeah. So, what made you choose Emory and Henry?
Well, right off the bat on my visit, I just love the atmosphere here when I met the team and the coaches, they were all just super nice and outgoing, and it just felt like home from the beginning. And I do like how close it is. Like, it's far enough from home where I'm not right there, but close enough to where I can go home when I need to.
You could go home and eat dinner if you
Yeah,
wanted to.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For
I
sure.
remember when I lived my first teaching job, and I lived like 45 minutes, an hour away from my parents, and I was always, I was coaching something every whatever and teaching all day, and I was always exhausted. I thought, oh, you can't drive up there; it's too far. And now I live 3 hours away, and it's
yeah.
like, oh man, I'd give anything to be, that close again.
For sure.
So your family gets to come up here and watch you play
Yes,
quite
they
a bit,
do.
which is great, right?
They do, yes.
Yeah.
They love it.
Yeah. So what are you majoring in? Do you know?
It's undecided right now, but I think it's going to be accounting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, undecided is one of our most popular majors, in case you don't know.
I'm sure it
Yeah,
is.
Yeah. So have you taken something that makes you think that's what you want, or you haven't taken anything yet, or?
I took accounting courses in high school that I really liked, and I love math, and so I kind of
You're probably good at it. Yeah. So why not?
Somewhat.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, what was it like making the transition from high school to being a college student, player, all that? What kind of things were a challenge, and what kind of things were maybe different than what you expected, or?
It was just at first a whole lot more freedom, which I expected, but it's just the fact that you're living on your own and just have all this time to
On
do.
your own, except for you go
Right.
pick up your food at the
Well,
cafeteria. That's
yeah,
not too hard.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. But just so much more free time than I had in high school, it feels like. But, I mean, which is spent doing homework pretty much
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
But basketball-wise, I was out my whole senior season with
That's right. I forgot to mention that. You missed
An
most
injury,
of it. You
yes.
got back at the end, but you tore your ACL early on and missed most of
Yes.
your season except
Yes.
for the very end.
Right, so it's just been great to get back on the court
Yeah.
and just get back to playing.
And that's going well?
Yeah, so far it's going really good. My knee, it feels back to 100%.
Oh, that's great.
Great to play on it, yeah.
Yeah. So, any last parting shots you'd like to give us, or words, or anything about, anything? This is your chance.
Just have fun in anything and everything you do, and just give all the glory to God.
There you go. Well, so that is Macy McClanahan, also known as Macy McClellan, her real name, who I get it wrong all the time, and I probably will for 4 years if
okay.
they let me keep
That's
doing
okay.
this.
That's
yeah.
okay.
So she was our WEHC Player of the Game with 3 of 6 shooting, 2 of 3 from the free throw line, 5 rebounds, 9 points. As Emory and Henry comes away with the 78-36 win over the Owls of Warren Wilson. So with those words, I will send it back to Anthony Smith Jr. at the WEHC studios, and we'll thank everyone on behalf of Brandon Cox. I'm Joy Scruggs saying thank you for tuning in, and go Wasps. Back